Hey, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world and where you're watching this. I'm Alan Schimmel, and welcome to Techstrong TV. We're going to be kicking off our day two coverage here at Cloud Native Con, KubeCon in beautiful but cold Amsterdam. Yesterday, if you had a chance to catch our stream, it was an amazing day. I think we had about 20 people on covering literally a sold out KubeCon. There's 10,000 people here. Our first guest today, let me introduce you to him. His name is Marcin Stozek.
Yes, thank you.
Goes by the name of Perk, though, so we're going to call him Perk. Perk, welcome to Techstrong TV. Thanks for being here today.
Hello, Alan. Thank you for the introduction. Very nice to meet you. Hello, everyone watching this live.
So let's first start off with a little bit about yourself. Perk, what do you do?
Hey, so I'm an engineering manager right at this time. I work at Sumo Logic, and what I do is that I work on the open telemetry offering. I work with my team on the open telemetry collector, on the open telemetry libraries. We make our collection easy for the customers and based on the industry-wide open telemetry, so that everyone knows how to easily send data to Sumo.
Excellent, excellent. So you mentioned you work at Sumo. Most of our audience, I think, knows Sumo. They're familiar. But there might be people who don't, or maybe they think of Sumo, oh yeah, they're sort of a SIM security play or this or that. They may not know exactly all of the aspects of Sumo. Why don't Perk, give them a little background if you can.
Sure. So Sumo Logic is actually a very good platform for many use cases. One of them is SIEM, like you mentioned. Another one is observability. So right now we can collect logs, metrics, and traces. Like I think that everybody in the industry right now, they have to converge and get all the signals, all of those types. And that is one of the reasons why we pushed ourselves towards OpenTelemetry, because it covers everything. So Sumo Logic is this platform when you send your data, and you have great analytics based of them. So you have alerts, you have dashboards, you have some insights for the future. You can see what was happening, in the past. And all of that with the beautiful and very, very resilient platform, and you don't have to, spend a lot of money on it.
I love it. I love it. All right. And before we jump into what I want to talk about, it's sumologic.com if anyone wants to go to the website, right?
Yes, it's sumologic.com, exactly.
All right. Now that we've got that out of the way, Perk, two sort of announcements coming out here at Cloud Native Con, KubeCon from Sumo. Why don't we, if you don't mind, share them with the audience?
So maybe let's start with the first announcement, is the predict operator for the metrics. It is very, very similar to the thing that we had previously, that was predict operator for logs. So for metrics, what you can do, you can, based on your historical data, you could see what is the forecast for your future data. So for example, let's imagine you monitor your cost for your Kubernetes cluster. So using the metrics predict operator, you can see what this cost will be in the future. Also, for the logs ingest, for example, if you have a metric for the logs ingest, you can see what is the forecast for that. It's very, very helpful, I guess, for the DevOps teams out there.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, whenever I hear of forecaster or predictor, I start thinking about AI these days, right? Because everybody's talking about AI. Is this using some sort of machine learning AI type of technology?
Those metrics right now are using, the algebra behind that is linear. And as on the AI, unfortunately, I cannot comment at this point.
Okay, no comment then. Let's jump into the second announcement then.
Yes, so we have a second announcement as well, and it's very well connected with the KubeCon that we are here. And you know that before KubeCon we had the co-located events, and one of the co-located events was the observability day.
Yes.
And Sumo Logic right now, the announcement is that we are going to be open telemetry collector native platform. So whenever you want to collect data for Sumo Logic and send them, we claim that we will support our customers with for the OpenTelemetry data collection. So OpenTelemetry collector is our default collector. If you want to send data to Sumo, you can use other tools, but we tell you that, hey, you get the best support if you use the OpenTelemetry collector. Also, if you would like to send the data using the OpenTelemetry libraries, for example, we support that as well. And on top of that, for the collector part, we make it very, very easy actually right now to send those data. So this is like three really easy steps. First of all, you install the collector, then you configure the collector, and then you just send the data with this collector, and you have the very, very nice UI path to do that. So we have like 3 easy steps. You just follow the commands, which are very actually easy, and you're done. You see your data.
I love it. Now, look, this is a trend we're seeing here at the show, right? OpenTelemetry, which is now, I think, the second largest CNCF open project.
Yes, it is actually right after the Kubernetes.
Yeah, the industry is really rallying around this as a standard, right? I mean, everyone from Sumo Logic and several other vendors here, everyone's moving to OpenTelemetry as the standard. Even I saw the Jaeger team is now feeding into OpenTelemetry. Everybody is coming to this.
Yes.
What's the Sumo Logic special sauce to this, though? In other words, what makes the Sumo Logic integration here different or better? Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, the thing is that what makes us different here is that we say right now that we want to be native, OpenTelemetry native for the data collection and for the OpenTelemetry itself, and everybody seems to be around, like everybody seems to be on board, but not all the companies are there yet. And we say that right now, hey, to our customers, that we are pushing towards this, and that is our promise, that if you use OpenTelemetry, you can use it at Sumo, and for example, our dashboards in the future will be built on the OpenTelemetry collector, on the OpenTelemetry schema. Right. So you don't need to go anymore to our specific documentation, because it is good and the information is there, but if you have the industry standard, you don't have to do it every time you use like different vendors. For example, you use Jaeger for one of your use cases, but you want to use Sumo for the other one. You have the information in the same place because we use the same schema. So I think that our differentiator here is our push, because right now I think we might be one of the biggest user of the OpenTelemetry collector, for example.
Really?
Because we dogfood this binary. It works for us. We push a lot of data. We just did a very, very quick calculations. So we have a multiple environments, production environments. Only single one of them, and only for logs, sends 3.5 terabytes of data daily. And we have like 12 of those, and not only for logs, but also for the metrics and for the traces. So we send a lot of data, and we use it internally. We see that it works. We see that using this industry standard is actually very easy, and it's mature enough. It's mature enough to say that, hey, yes, I think it's the time to push.
Excellent. I want to make sure I got this right for our team out here. So by being native to OpenTelemetry, it's not like an API sort of push. It's truly a native.
There is a lot of things actually, So OpenTelemetry native, to me personally, what it means is that you use the libraries, you use the standard, you use the OpenTelemetry source, for example. There is the OpenTelemetry protocol called OTLP. So every vendor who would like to claim they are OpenTelemetry native, they would need to have this as a source. So OpenTelemetry native means that you use OpenTelemetry across the whole telemetry data. So not only on the ingest, not only on the metadata that you add to your data, but also the schema that is used for this metadata. So for example, at Sumo, historically, we use something that is called source type, for example. So we know internally that our schema was created for a purpose, and it was called like that, but that was created like 10 years ago. Right now, everybody should use the same schema, And OpenTelemetry is actually right now merging. That was announced yesterday or 2 days ago. They are merging with the Elastic Common schema for logs, which is great. And because this schema is going to be used industry-wide, we are going to use this for the dashboards as well. So if you come to Sumo Logic from the other tool that use OpenTelemetry, you can search using the same schema. So pod name is going to be here
Yeah,
and
and
there,
there,
the
in the
same
same
thing.
place, in
You
the
can
same-
have like both dashboards, or maybe you can correlate the data because they are the same schema everywhere.
Excellent. For people who want to get more information on this, where can they go?
Also, first thing would be probably the OpenTelemetry website, but also our SumoLogic.com website. We have a great documentation of the OpenTelemetry as well. There is many workshops, and if you are interested more, you should probably attend SIG meetings. OpenTelemetry is a project that is done by the open source community.
Right.
So you have gatherings every week, I believe, or every 2 weeks. That depends on which part of the OpenTelemetry you would like to involve yourself. You can go to the meeting. If you have any questions, there are maintainers there, so you can talk directly to the people who create
great.
the code. And it is awesome. The community is very
These
open.
are virtual meetings.
Those
Yeah.
are virtual over Zoom right now. Also, they are recorded. So if you're not that type of person that would like to interact with the people live, you can just watch it on
And
YouTube.
lurk. It's not a bad thing.
Yes.
Perk, this is great. Thank you for coming on. And it sounds like Sumo Logic is on the cloud native bus, right?
We are very excited to be here, and it's a very, very big step for us, and it's in a great direction for all of us. For us, I guess I believe that the OpenTelemetry, this convergence across the whole industry, is for the good reasons. It's to benefit the users, the end users. All the vendors using the same schema, users are here to win, actually.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming
Thank
on,
you,
man.
Alan.
All right, we've got Marcin. I make sure I got this right. Stozek, Perk, from Sumo Logic here live in Amsterdam at Cloud Native Con, KubeCon. We're going to take a break. We've got our next guest lined up. Stand by. Hey, we're back here live in Amsterdam at KubeCon. It's the floor is open here, so it's kind of buzzing around. It's a little cold. I'm not going to lie. Yesterday, with that sun coming through, it warmed things up, but not as much sun today. Hey, but we do have a good friend here with us. We've got Stephen Chin. Stephen is, what is your title these days at JFrog? Stephen, I know you're a VP of something.
So I run the DevRel team, also the events organization, and I sit on all of our foundation bodies, so like the Cloud Native Compute Foundation.
Yes.
I'm the chair of the CD Foundation governing board, and also recently we've been making big investments in Rust, so.
Yes, I saw that. Actually, there was a dinner last night at the Rust Foundation. I think Mike Vizard was there from our team. I'd love to talk to you about Rust one day, because I think that's something our audience would like to know about, but a conversation for another day. Today we're going to talk about security a little bit, if it's okay.
Yeah. And
Go ahead.
No, I think one of the things we've been talking about, and I feel strongly about, is a lot of companies are making investments in security. They have multiple security tools, dozens. A lot of our customers have 20 or more different security tools which they're using, they're scanning, they're trying to figure out what their vulnerabilities, their attack surface, to try to remediate issues. And I think as an industry, we're doing security wrong.
So as someone who's been in the security industry for 25 years, I will tell you we're doing it better now than we used to. It used to be really wrong. I think what you're describing has several different reasons. Number one, just the way security organizations have been buying security solutions for 25 years has been just piling, in some cases, one piece of crap on another. And you know what you get at the end? A really large pile of crap. Number two, we're always searching for the next magic bullet, like, oh, if I buy the JFrog product now, I am not going to have to use these other 12 products that I bought. But no one product is a panacea. And so we wind up is just a mishmash.
Exactly, and it's not that having more results or having more databases you're looking for, that doesn't improve the quality of the results. What you really need is you need to have the right scores for your domain, for the sort of applications you're building, and then automated tools which are going to do the applicability or the contextual analysis of, are these CVs really relevant for you? And we just published a report on some of the top CVs from our security research team, but there were some really noteworthy ones which in NVD got very high severities, but for your average enterprise Kubernetes deployment, cloud deployment, are very, very hard to exploit. One of them was in the ncurses library, but you had to have ncurses running, it had to be outputting it to a file, you had to have access to the file, you had to have local access to the server. For different contexts, the ability to do a DOS on a local account would be a big issue. But for cloud native topologies, how we're deploying, how we're running applications, it's not a common scenario. It'd be very hard for an attacker to exploit that. So that's one which was a high severity, and we recommended for like our customers and for the sort of folks who are using our software, it's really a low severity. But there's other examples where our security research team thinks it's a much more severe issue than what's published in NVD.
Yep.
One example of this is SnakeYAML.
Yep.
So it's the most widely used YAML parser for Java. YAML files are used in a lot of enterprise applications. It's just a very common technology. And the exploit is very easy to trigger. You just need to give a specially constructed YAML file, which will do has a recursive structure, which does a stack buffer overflow, and then you do a DOS, like it just takes down the server. So easy to exploit, there's published things, and everybody's using it, but it received a moderate in the NVD.
It's not considered severe.
But for our use case and most of enterprise customers, that's a severe issue. Like that's something people can actually exploit in the wild.
So look, I was around when MITRE and NIST came up with the whole CVE system, right? And there was a ton of pushback on you can't take a vulnerability out of context and give it a criticality score.
Yeah.
You can't. You just, because context is everything. And there have been, more than several security solutions over the last 20 years that tried to bring some context to raw vulnerability scores, because I think we realize it's wrong. Now, unfortunately, the powers that be in the security world, I think we all realize it's not optimum. I'm not going to say it's wrong. I'm going to say it's not optimum. We've all realized it's not optimum, and we've tried to, don't tell the emperor they have no clothes on. But we massage it by coming up with solutions that try to provide context.
Yeah, so I think one of the things we've done is we've married our security research team, which is very strong, with our product. And so, for example, for that Snake YAML configuration CV, it's a really easy fix. You just have to wrap it in a try catch and catch the Stack Overflow exception. Like, you've essentially prevented it. And what our scanner will do is it'll actually check your application. It'll see if you have the right exception wrapping around it to see if you've remediated the vulnerability. And even if you're using an older version of Snake YAML which has the vulnerability, or the newer versions, you can actually turn on the recursive processing, and you're still vulnerable in the latest versions if you have the right parameter set.
Yeah.
So it'll check the parameters, it'll check your code, and it'll tell you for your application, for your context, is this vulnerability even applicable for you? And that's something, normally you'd get it as in a list of hundreds of CVs. You'd have to go through each one. You'd have to give justification why it's applicable or not applicable, and that's a lot of effort, which should be automated. Like, we should be automating this knowledge about how to remediate CVs, not having it be a manual process.
So again, I had a little experience with this. The problem, I'll give you a real world example. I'm at Citibank back then, 2008, 2007. They had 3 global CIOs at the time. I'm meeting with one of them in New York City. And I was at Still Secure, a company I co-founded, and we had the ability to push patches, right, to remediate.
Yeah. Sometimes
you patch and sometimes you just put in a firewall rule or a routing rule or something, a routing table, and you could remediate. Citibank, I tried to sell it to Citi. It was going to be a multi-million-dollar deal, big deal. They called me in, and the CIO told me, we will never do that. Why? Well, because it takes us 60 to 90 days to test a remediation before we will put it into our production, because we're mission critical and we're Citi. And I'm not banging Citi. I'm just, that was the mindset then. Has the mindset changed now, Stephen, where people are willing to say, yeah, I'm going to remediate it, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead? Because sometimes in a remediation, you break something else.
Yeah, no, I think this is an interesting point. And so basically, if you look at like the release process,
right?
You have your release pipelines, you're pushing things to production, you make sure that you have some way to fall back to previous versions or feature flags to turn things on and off. And I think we've come a long way in terms of doing safe, continuous updates. And the biggest factor which has been pushing this acceleration is security vulnerabilities.
Yeah.
So you have to be ready for the next Log4j or Log4Shell, right? Like when a big security vulnerability hits and you have attackers which are actively trying to exploit it, trying to find vulnerable systems, 60 to 90 days is not fast enough.
Absolutely.
That puts
So
your
they
business, your
fast track it to
customers-
30 days. Okay, but this, I think, this is a problem between let's call them unicorns and horses, right? In Gene Kim terminology, which is companies that maybe are fully cloud native, fully embrace DevOps, and can do a rollback rather quickly.
Yeah.
Are more likely to do that. I think the bulk of organizations still, though, are like test first, deploy after. And so, when you're City and you're rolling it out, or I'll give you another for instance, I dealt with a very large government, one of the largest private networks in the world from DoD, 400,000 nodes. It's not an easy thing. You want to push to 400,000 and then say, oops, I got to roll it back and unroll 400,000 nodes. That's a problem.
Yeah, no, I think it's a challenge, but this is something which really, security is the major driver for acceleration of updates, and
it has to be.
In large server-side deployments, it's challenging, but you can do nice things with Kubernetes and load balancing and updating parts of your cluster, as long as it's not like a breaking change in your APIs. And I think consumers are getting a lot more used to this as well, because they have continuous updates on mobile phones and
we're
devices.
Used to that now.
And you're not surprised when you end up on a slightly different version of a web application, because they're updating it in stages.
Absolutely. So I think there's some intelligent ways to go about this. Number one, is there a way I could sort of isolate a vulnerability so it's not exploitable until I could fully remediate? So in other words, a partial remediation, quarantine, if you will. And it's something we did with our NAC product. Quarantine it until I could remediate it is one way of looking at it. The second thing is you mentioned APIs. So this to me is the new frontier in vulnerabilities, right? Even OAuth now is coming out with their, the API vulnerabilities and stuff, because so much of today's communication takes place over APIs. It's a whole new class of vulnerabilities sort of here.
Yeah, I think on the first one, it depends on the vulnerability, but there's a lot of cases, like with the Log4Shell exploit, you could put in a flag to turn off the JNLP support.
Right.
That would make the vulnerability unexploitable, even if you were on a older version of Log4j. So that was a good way of remediating that without the risk of upgrading, because when you upgrade an entire component, you have to retest everything.
And that's exactly what I'm getting at.
Potential risk.
But let's be clear, that's not a permanent solution, right?
Exactly.
Until you upgrade it.
There's often a good remediation strategy that's lower risk than doing a full component swap.
Yep.
And I think that sort of knowledge about the exploit, how you remediate it, how you look at it, that's really what you need a strong vulnerability team to give you all of the context, give you steps for remediating, give you all of that contextual information.
So I just want to interject that this is going to be a great conversation for next week when we're live at RSA.
Exactly.
And we'll be having these conversations. APIs though, is this something JFrog, API vulnerability, is this something JFrog is looking at yet or will be looking at? What do you think?
I think it's a big vulnerability and risk for organizations. It requires some sort of testing or fuzzing to figure out API vulnerabilities for companies. We're kind of expanding out our security offerings to give a much wider set of source, binary, runtime vulnerability analysis. And I think that the whole gamut of things you need to cover for security is quite wide now. Attackers are finding different ways into our corporate environment.
Well, this is why we're seeing these, attack surface management is becoming such a, not a buzzword, but a real important aspect of this, because you can't defend what you don't know, and a lot of organizations struggle. With just understanding what their assets are. What do they have out there? What is what does it look like to the hacker's eye view, as we used to call it, right? It's interesting times. But I don't want to end on a down note. I will tell you, as someone who's been in the vulnerability space since 2003, we are so much better now than we were then, because back then it was a real crap show. I got to be honest with you. And progress. The days are long, the years go quick when it comes to security.
I'm being a little dramatic, saying we're all doing it wrong. I think that the approaches are getting more modern.
Yes.
The attackers are also getting better at exploiting vulnerabilities.
Well, that's the problem too. Is this is a constant cat and mouse game, and no matter how smart we get as cats, we got tough mice, right? And it is what it is. One other quick topic I'm going to throw in, and I don't mean to throw you for a curve. How is AI going to help us with this?
So that's a good question. So I think one of the things where a lot of the vulnerabilities are coming from is from fuzzers, from different machine technologies, which are helping us search for vulnerabilities and open source code bases and different components. And the advantage is that if we can develop algorithms to automatically detect vulnerabilities, then that makes it easier for research teams to find vulnerabilities before it's discovered by malicious attackers.
Stop the next 0 day before it's minus 1 day.
And I think the other big part of this is adopting technologies which make it easier to build applications which are less prone to security vulnerabilities. So memory-safe languages like Rust are a good way to protect the applications you're writing, or to make sure that you have fewer potential risks, because as long as you're not using unsafe libraries, then it automatically protects you against buffer overflows and standard programming
sort of the garden variety stuff.
Exactly.
And as long as you're using safe libraries, famous last words, right? Because that is the underpinning of all of this, right? That the libraries, the components that we're building stuff on, we're trusting them. And that'll be for another day. We could discuss that, okay, Steven? Anyway, hey, we are live here at KubeCon. Steven Chin from JFrog here with us. Are you speaking with us at RSA next week or some? I know I have Gal Marder on a panel I'm doing about DevSecOps.
Yeah, I might be. I think I might.
But I think we have you on. We'll continue the conversation on Broadcast Alley there.
Cool. Sounds good.
Stay tuned. About a week from now. For now, though, we're going to take a break. We are live here at KubeCon. We're going to be back with our next guest in just a moment. Hey everyone, we're back here live at KubeCon. A little bit of a lull on the floor. I'm going to assume some sessions are going on, and that's good. There'll be a little less noise because I want you to pay attention to our next guest here. I want to introduce you to Alan Shreve. Alan is the CEO, founder of a company called Ngrok. Alan, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
It's great to have you on. So Alan, as I mentioned, founder, CEO at Ngrok. If you don't mind, I want to start a little bit with your own personal journey.
Sure.
You know, you're sitting here today, but you know, how'd you get here?
That's a great question. You know, I started my career in software development. I was one of the first engineers at Twilio. I helped build their SMS product,
Yep.
and really, you know, built a lot of my first distributed systems there, and it led me into a set of problems that really ultimately fed into the creation of Ngrok and the founding of Ngrok as a company.
Fantastic. So, look, we're talking about Ngrok. How would you, for our audience maybe who's not familiar with Ngrok, how would you describe Ngrok to them?
Yeah, Ngrok is an ingress as a service platform. And what that means is there are a number of disparate technologies that you have to tie together to really receive ingress, receive traffic from the internet to applications that you're trying to deliver to your customers. These include things like delivery networks, kind of content delivery networks, firewalls, reverse proxies, and firewalls, WAFs, things like that. Ngrok is a unified solution that allows you to essentially combine all of those pieces into one, and the as a service part is that we run that service for you, right? So this is not a piece of software or really hardware that you need to operate on your own.
Great. Now, ingress as a service, I love, one of the great things about Twilio is where they solve so many difficult little thorny issues in terms of delivering, in terms of making things work together, right? This ingress as a service is a great example of that. I'm almost surprised they didn't do it, but if we could frame the problem of ingress.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, ingress is a challenging problem that affects a number of different departments at an organization that's trying to deliver software, specifically web software. Really, when you are delivering a piece of software to the internet, think of a website or an API, you have a number of different concerns that you need to address. As a developer, you are trying to essentially ensure that your application has the proper authentication. You're trying to ensure that it will have the correct resiliency, that if there's too much traffic, that the application will be able to scale up or respond, that you have the right observability for the traffic that comes in. All of these are different pieces, and developers have some responsibility of how they deliver the application. Mm-hmm. The operations teams are often tasked with developers asking them to stand up caching or load balancing or other things in front of their applications. And then security is often looking for pieces guaranteeing that the authentication pieces are correct, or looking for observability on the traffic that is going through it. Even things like observability really apply to all of those stakeholders, right? And so it is a multifaceted problem that really affects everyone across an organization trying to deliver software.
Sure.
Yeah.
In listening to you describe some of the disparate players in the chain here, it almost sounds kind of like what you hear about with Kubernetes, not with Kubernetes, but with cloud, with mesh, on a Kubernetes mm-hmm. environment. How would you contrast that, compare that to what you're doing with ingress?
You're talking about a service mesh or something like that? Yeah.
Yes.
Service meshes are predominantly focused on connecting applications within a Kubernetes cluster. Ingress as a service is predominantly about how to deliver those applications external to the cluster to the internet at large.
Right. But those kind of similar functions. And So let me ask you, before ngrok, what were people doing?
Yeah, ingress is such a broad problem, and there are many different ways in which you need ingress. So it really depends on which one you're talking about. ngrok originally started as a developer tool, and it was specifically targeted at developers who needed ingress to their laptops.
Okay.
So they were building services locally, and they really needed ingress to their laptops to be able to test them with live production services that wanted to make requests to the things that they were working on. What we really discovered while building, ngrok and having it adopted by 5 million developers around the world was that the problem of creating ingress was one that, really there was no solution for in development, but in staging and production, especially as you go to production, folks had to develop other solutions, and those solutions were often not developer friendly, and they were often challenging to stand up and operate. And ingress as a service, and really the transformation that ngrok has undergone to become the platform that it is today, is about taking that same experience that we delivered for ingress to laptops and making that super easy, and extending that ease of use to production, while also layering on the additional pieces that are needed to allow developers to run, developers and operations and security teams to really run these services in production.
What a great story this is, man.
Thanks.
So it started off primarily for developers using on their laptop, but when we look at the whole ingress problem, there's a much bigger problem, or a much bigger addressable market that deal with the same issue. And ngrok sort of filled that vacuum, if you will.
That's exactly right. We want teams to be thinking about ingress in a unified way, right? Where you shouldn't have to have different solutions for ingress if you're in development or in production, or even if you're in, Google or Amazon's clouds or your own on-prem data centers. Right now, each of those requires bespoke networking configurations that often works with specific services to a particular cloud, or often unique hardware devices in your on-prem data centers. What ngrok is really building towards is that unified vision that ingress is something that you can declare, and that the runtime, ngrok functionally as the ingress as a service delivers that to your applications, regardless of where they run.
So it's one ingress solution across all of your use cases, if you will, for ingress.
That's right, and that's really one of the reasons it's so appealing to folks in operations and security, is that it provides that unified piece. So for operations folks, as they're starting to think about multi-cloud, as development teams are working on unifying how they work in CI and testing in CI the same way that they test, same way their services run in production. And for security teams, right, of having a single unified pane of glass, being able to answer the question what are all of the points of ingress into everything across the organization? That's not something that many security teams can answer right now.
No, you know what? I've been in security 20 years. And you're right. You're 100% right. All right, hey, let's turn and talk a little bit about an announcement you guys recently had around ingress, obviously, because that's what ngrok's about. But go ahead, tell our audience if you don't mind.
Absolutely. So we just released our Kubernetes ingress controller, and there are a number of existing ingress controllers that folks have already packaged with Kubernetes. ngrok's ingress controller is a bit unique. It does, conform to the ingress spec, and so in that way, it's kind of a drop-in replacement. Drop-in replacement is a little dicey with ingress controllers because so much of it is contained in vendor-specific annotations.
Yeah.
But ngrok's controller is particularly unique because the way that it creates ingress, most other ingress controllers require you to configure the hardware that they run on, right? You have to give them access to the networks and interfaces to receive traffic from from outside the cluster. And then you also have to plumb all of that, whether it's hardware or virtualized networking software to route IPs and subnets and open firewall ports and things like that. ngrok's ingress controller is simply just an installation and essentially the authentication keys to talk to the ngrok service. ngrok's ingress controller pushes ingress really out to our global points of presence. So ngrok runs a global network of points of presence around the world, where when you create ingress objects, the ingress controller is more or less shipping them to our global network, and we are accepting ingress on your behalf.
Almost like a reverse CDN kind of thing.
There are sometimes we've kind of called it like an application delivery network, right? And so it does certainly have those vibes
that
to
kind
it.
of thing. Yeah, very cool.
That architecture has a number of unique benefits, similar, some of which are similar to CDNs. One of which is acceleration, right?
Yeah.
By pushing ingress to these global points of presence, ngrok can do geo-distributed, acceptance of traffic for you, moving some of that termination and speed closer to your customers, including like the execution of authentication middlewares that you can hand off to ngrok to do something like single sign-on in front of your applications, for instance, as well as a number of like security and resiliency benefits as well, where essentially like traffic that is unauthenticated or is blocked because it is dangerous or attacking traffic never makes it back to your origin network. You can almost think of ngrok as like a global DMZ that protects your origin services before the traffic reaches your applications.
That's pretty cool too, actually, when you think that's a great thing to do. I'm sitting here thinking, man, why hasn't someone done this before? But you know what? Until you had sort of widespread adoption of SaaS, because the idea of handing this off to something not on my network, to a remote, even though you have all these points of presence and you have that scalability and elasticity that you would want for this kind of thing, it really couldn't exist. I mean, we were talking earlier, is it a SaaS product, is it software you put in? This wouldn't work well in anything but sort of a SaaS environment, you think?
It's a good question of what you mean by a SaaS environment, but
in other words, so by SaaS environment, I'm not talking about.
I think I understand what you're saying.
What I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about a monthly fee. I'm talking about the idea of outsourcing this to a third party off of my particular network.
Yeah, I think a lot of businesses, the vast majority of businesses are much more comfortable handing off a number of important pieces of their infrastructure to other companies, realizing that really their value add, that it is not beneficial to them to invest the resources in building
not core
those.
And critical.
It's not core to their, it's undifferentiated.
It's critical to their business,
absolutely,
but it's not core
critical,
to their
right?
know-how, to their knowledge base.
100%, yeah. And so I agree, like ngrok is part of that wave of turning more and more things into more and more services into services that you do not have to run on your own. And we've seen that transition already in in the storage market, in the kind of the database market, where there are more and more databases as a service. Certainly in compute, which is probably the oldest of the as a service markets. And networking is one of them that is still kind of lagging behind. We have a few pieces here and there that run as a service, but really this idea of a globally distributed ingress network is something that major corporations have built themselves and still continue to build and operate, despite it not being core to their value.
Yeah,
and we really think that they should be that those folks should be focusing their engineering effort elsewhere, and we also want to bring that kind of power to the folks who don't have the engineering and operations departments to really build and run those large networks, because it is a serious challenge to build and operate that kind of software.
And I think that what you just described really hits the critical core issue. Right? Back in the .com days, I helped start a company with what we called an ASP, Application Service Provider.
Yeah.
And we were hosting Lotus Notes and PeopleSoft and Oracle.
Sure.
This was before there's cloud. There was the virtualization wasn't so great. But we did a lot of studies on what people are willing, organizations should outsource, and what they do outsource. And organizations who won't outsource things that are critical but not core, eventually you get yourself into a position where there's a handful of companies who can do those kinds of things that will continue to just throw money into the fire, basically, into non-core but yet critical functionality for whatever reason. Either they're highly regulated or just a general lack of trust or whatever it is. But eventually it dwindles, right, to a smaller and smaller, because people get smart about it. And I imagine that's what's going on with ngrok here as well. I mean, organizations have to say, wait, they got a better mousetrap. Why am I, shoveling sand against the tide here? Sorry.
Absolutely. Yeah, and being able to be that critical service provider for businesses really is the onus is on you as a service provider to prove the safety and security
Yes.
of your product as well as the resiliency of it. And so we've invested a tremendous amount and have customers running their real production, like transactional workloads through us every day and entrusting, kind of like millions of dollars in their businesses
Absolutely.
every day to us. And that's really a core proof point for us to take out to other customers and say, like, this is a solid, piece of infrastructure that you can bet your business on.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what I was getting at, with the widespread adoption of as-a-service kind of models like this, right? You've invested far more than I'm going to invest in it. Why? Yeah. I mean, it's silly for me to kind of reinvent that wheel.
We even we invest our own. We use ourselves as our own proof point. We dog food ngrok for our own ingress, right? So our public-facing dashboard that is run through ngrok itself, right?
Excellent.
So we're entrusting our own business to our own piece of software, just like we would expect our customers to.
Excellent. You mentioned earlier 5 million developers, maybe more, are using ngrok today.
Yeah.
Out here, there may be some of not the 5 million new ones. How do they onboard with ngrok? How do they ramp up here?
One of the things that we're really most proud of with ngrok is spending the time to make the product incredibly easy to get started with. Developers really thrive on getting something working and then iterating to something more complex.
Yep.
We see on a daily basis that a significant portion of signups activate and get something working within 60 seconds of signing up.
Really?
It's a really critical piece for the adoption of ngrok and why we have such a strong position and why we've built such a strong product is really that focus on productivity and instant value.
So Alan, look at this camera right here. Where did they go? And within 60 seconds, they're up and running.
Yeah, so you can go to ngrok.com, sign up, and from there it's pretty simple to simply download an executable or to import a library, add a few lines of code or run a single command, and get ingress directly into your applications, no matter where they're running.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Thanks for coming on board here today with us. ngrok, ngrok.com. Go check it out. We're live here in Amsterdam. We'll be back in a moment.
It's been a pleasure, Alan. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to KubeCon plus Cloud Native Con Europe. We're talking today with Deepak Goel, the CTO for D2IQ, and we're going to be talking about Kubernetes and what's complex and what's not complex. Deepak, welcome to the show.
Nice meeting you, Mike.
The perception today is that Kubernetes is hard to manage and it's difficult, but in reality it's somewhat different. There's the base platform, which seems to have gotten maybe easier to manage, but then there's all the stuff that sits on top of it these days. So what should people really be expecting about Kubernetes in terms of its complexities these days, and how should they approach this?
Yeah, you are right that Kubernetes, after being 8-9 years into existence, has become simpler, and the aspect that has become simpler is its day zero operation, which is installation of the Kubernetes. So installation of the Kubernetes has become a lot easier. Now it is not difficult to install Kubernetes. What is still very difficult is to manage the day two beyond the maintenance of Kubernetes. And as people are adopting Kubernetes for their production environment, there's also a complexity being added that vanilla Kubernetes is just a platform to offer, but then they need other applications to run to observe Kubernetes health, for example, observability, for example, security, authentication authorization, policy management. CNCF does offer a plethora of these applications, but that's at the complexity. The more choices you have, the more you need to figure out which one of these choices makes sense to you, which one you should adopt, which one you should integrate with. The other complexity is all these projects, they move independently with each other. Now, who should make sure that how these different applications fit together to create a complete platform that can be run in production? And not every organization has the skill set to traverse or to navigate this CNCF landscape or ecosystem of like 200 or 300 plus applications and to fit them together into a cluster. And I strongly believe it's not their job either. Like if a banking system is there, they just want to run their containerized application on Kubernetes, asking them to figure out rest of the Kubernetes, I don't think that's the right call. And I try to explain the complexity of Kubernetes with the car analogy. So if you ask a driver to configure the engine first before driving the car, they'll say it's too complex. And that's what is happening with Kubernetes. We have exposed the engine of Kubernetes to the developers and asking them to configure it before they can even deploy their application, which is what DevOps is saying, that the developer should also do the operation. What's ending up happening is the operational aspect of DevOps has become so large and so big that they are getting less and less time on development because of the configurations, that explosion that they are facing with Kubernetes. I think we need to move a stack higher to abstract Kubernetes in a way that it gives like a steering, brakes and accelerator to the developers so that they can just deploy their application and not having to worry what is the engine. Yes, some people need to still worry about the engine, but those would be the specialized mechanics who can take care of the Kubernetes.
We hear about shift left all the time, but most of the developers I know don't really want to know Kubernetes. They just want to write code.
Yes.
So have we overestimated what we want developers to do?
Kind of. I mean, DevOps was attractive. It has some benefits because then the developers can decide what's the right tooling to use. But then again, if the choices goes beyond a particular limit, it becomes complexity. Like CI/CD is good till the deployment part is there, but troubleshooting is bad. Troubleshooting is complex, right? How can we take this a notch further by not saying that you can easily deploy your application, but maybe also easily troubleshoot your application, which is what is happening and which is what will happen is we are seeing a lot of progress happening in the field of AIOps, which is how can we use make the system smart enough to tell what is going wrong in the system. Because ultimately these all are distributed systems and they are very complex to deal with. And frankly speaking, should not be job of every developer to understand the entirety of the thing. They should be focused on the business application. What should happen is the system should be smart enough to automatically indicate and notify where the attention is needed instead of just watching the couple of dashboards and figuring out what's going on with the system.
Initially, when we deployed Kubernetes, we saw a lot of DevOps teams involved. But are we also starting to now see traditional IT administrators get involved, and they don't have programming skills per se, but they can access some sort of graphical tool, I would imagine.
Right.
So is the whole thing becoming more accessible to a broader number of IT operations people?
Right. This is a trend that has been repeated whenever big organizations like Global 2000 start adopting a newer technology. So what happens in the life of Kubernetes is, initially Kubernetes was picked by developers in the newer startups and companies, and they got very excited about the opportunities that this platform provides to them. But then the bigger organization was still evaluating whether this technology is here to stay. Now, 8-9 years down the line, yes, everybody has acknowledged that cloud native and Kubernetes is here to stay. And now they are requesting the same simplicity from this platform Kubernetes that they have been requesting from other platforms as well. And so we are seeing requirement that how can we make the management of Kubernetes easier, whether it is dependent on creating and provisioning a cluster to deploying an application. They want simplicity, single click installation. And I think that's the right call because, as I said, not everybody needs to know the complex ecosystem under the hood, but few people need to know, and that's what the IT specialists are for. But the other developer community within these big organizations can continue to avail the simplicity of the abstraction.
A lot of the organizations I talk to are kind of all over the place in terms of versions that they're running of Kubernetes.
Right.
Some are as far back as 1.12 and others are maybe relatively current. What is the challenge with staying current with Kubernetes, and why aren't more organizations on the latest and greatest version?
I'll answer that into two parts. One is the traditional mindset with the upgrades. Upgrades in software industries has always seen as challenging. Like people don't touch the system that is working because there's always an inner fear of like, what if something goes bad, right? So there's a general hesitancy with upgrades. The second aspect is, which ties to my first answer, which is like installing Kubernetes is simple. Managing Kubernetes from day two is not that simple. An upgrade is one of those things. And it's not just the Kubernetes layer, because upgrading just vanilla Kubernetes is still simple, but when Kubernetes is running with other applications, you need to make sure that all these applications are running on the latest version of Kubernetes, which is to make sure that the API that they are using is not deprecated. And knowing this means you need to know the engine that you are upgrading. And that makes it complex. What we need to do is we need to extend what makes Kubernetes so popular to upgrades. For example, why Kubernetes is so popular is its declarative nature, its YAML format, its API-driven approach. However, if you see upgrades, they are still not declarative. They're still not, you can't just say, okay, I need Kubernetes from 124 to 125 and the system takes care of upgrading it declaratively. You still need to specify the steps. You need to first upgrade the control plane node. You then need to upgrade the nodes, and that's a lot of complexity, which again builds up this mindset of like why we need to upgrade if we don't have to upgrade. So we need to make the upgrade simple and then approach the community, say, developers, don't worry, this upgrade is single click, just do it and it will happen.
All right, folks, you heard it here. It is finally getting simpler. It's been a long time in coming, but if you're just getting started, you're probably getting the benefit of all the work that's been going on for the last 7 years. Deepak, thanks for coming by.
Thank you, Mike. Nice meeting you.
All right, and we'll be back in a minute. All right. Hello and welcome back to KubeCon plus Cloud Native Con Europe. I'm here with Jimmy Mesta, who's the CTO for KSOC, and we're talking about Kubernetes security posture management. Jimmy, welcome to the show.
Good, thanks for having me.
You guys launched this at the show, so why don't you give us a little explanation of what is the problem you're trying to solve here? How does this thing work?
We did launch, thanks. So we deal with real-time KSPM, which may or may not be a phrase you've heard of, but we instrument Kubernetes in real time, and we've noticed a few issues over the years with point-in-time scanning, and we're trying to address them. So if you scan a cluster every 24 hours, every 4 hours, you're bound to miss things. So we instrument in the event stream coming from Kubernetes in real time to give you a full life cycle of the problems you have, and you can hopefully drive down those issues over time.
Organizations have invested in all kinds of security tools over the years. Is securing Kubernetes different? Does it require a different set of tools? What should people be thinking about as they approach security in the Kubernetes space?
Yeah, we believe it does require a different set of tools. You can't bolt on things from the past that worked in just cloud security posture management because Kubernetes is ephemeral. Containers live for 5 minutes or less, workloads come up and down, and it's really easy to miss bad things happening in your cluster. And scanning every 24 hours, you're leaving a lot on the table from a security perspective.
Every time there's a new innovation and a new platform, everybody gets excited, and then about a year or two later, somebody starts talking about security. Feels like we're doing that again, and security feels like a little bit of an afterthought, so is security catching up now with where people are with Kubernetes?
I think that's our goal at KSOC, right? We're trying to bring real security solutions into a platform that's evolving really fast. So it is a bit of cat and mouse historically, but we're trying to get ahead of it this time.
Are you seeing more attacks launched against Kubernetes clusters? Because a lot of this stuff was always in experimental mode somewhere, and now I think it's moving into production. So are the bad guys finding this?
I think they are, yeah. We see cryptocurrency miners, backdoors, malware, data exfiltration. There are bad things happening in high impact clusters every day. And we have a CVE release last week pertaining to RBAC in Kubernetes, which is kind of a first of its kind. So that's going to be the trend this year for sure.
Do you think that the security people are going to come and manage this, or we think that the DevOps/DevSecOps people are going to manage security along with IT operations and everything else that they're trying to do?
I think it's a better together story there for sure. I think security teams need to learn how to work with DevOps and SRE and platform teams, and vice versa. I think the platform team ultimately will be implementing a lot of the security solutions together.
Everybody is shorthanded with looking for people when it comes to security in general. Trying to find somebody who knows Kubernetes security may be even harder. So, do we have a critical shortage of skills in this area? Because it seems like everybody's looking for the same person to hire.
It is a unicorn role for sure. I think the CNCF does a great job with the Linux Foundation with training, certificates pertaining to security specifically. But we need intelligent tooling that can help augment the team, right? There's not an unlimited set of humans that can come in and fix these problems, so we need better solutions that filter out the noise.
You cannot walk down the street today without somebody leaping out to tell you about their great new AI thing. Will AI play a role in securing Kubernetes, and what might that look like in your imagination?
I think AI can process certain events and do certain computationally expensive processes that we couldn't before. I don't think it's a replacement for proper security tooling, and there's still a lot to be discovered on how secure AI is for this environment. Do we want to send sensitive data and rely on it for everything? Probably not, but it's going to be it's going to play a big role in helping these tools get better.
If we made you king of Kubernetes for a day, what would you fix from a security perspective? What's that one thing you wish the community would kind of look at and say, guys, let's focus on this a little bit?
Role-based access control and RBAC in Kubernetes is powerful yet underserved from a lot of angles, and I would definitely talk about that. I did yesterday here at the conference. I had to talk about RBAC and how to handle it from a security perspective, and I think we have a lot of work to do there.
What's your best advice then to people who are just starting out with security? They're going to try to work with Kubernetes. What is it that you know now that you kind of wish you knew 4 or 5 years ago when you started up?
Yeah, we have a lot more available. We have the means to build clusters securely at a large scale. So I think I would learn about what policies should govern and kind of, have the guardrails in place for developers to build, but in a secure way. And I'd learn the internals, like it always to go back to square one of like, what is a container? How does it work? And how does the Kubernetes API interact with the rest of the ecosystem? Very fundamental things, but I think it's really important before we start applying security.
And to your point, it seems to me at least that, when I look at all the things that somebody discovers a new vulnerability, it's like, well, yeah, if that could be exploited on a Tuesday at 3 o'clock if you were standing on your head. But a lot of the fundamentals we don't seem to address, so what is our challenge with just getting the basics right?
We are trying to move as fast as possible. Every organization has strict deadlines. They need to ship software yesterday, and I think to go back and reassess fundamental knowledge, we don't give ourselves the time, resources, money, and effort, and I think it's that's going to be a problem, right? That's going to come to a reckoning at some point. So,
are we building and deploying applications too fast? Or are we unsafe at any speed, as somebody once said?
I think we're at least at KSOC, we're trying to let people move at breakneck speeds while having the guardrails to stay secure. I can't speak for everyone, but I think there's a lot of vendors here that would probably say the same.
All right, cool. You heard it here, folks. Guardrails are a good thing. Go get some because bad things can happen otherwise. Jimmy, thanks for coming by.
Thank you so much.
All right. Pleasure.
Yep. Appreciate it.
All right, folks. We'll be back in a minute. Hey folks, welcome back to KubeCon plus Cloud Native Con Europe. I'm Mike Vizard and I'm here with Ramiro Baraleza from Oketo, and we're talking about developer experience in the Kubernetes environments. Ramiro, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me here. Great to talk to you.
People have been talking about the suboptimal developer experience in Kubernetes environments for some time now. Is that finally getting better? Because it seems like that particular issue has been holding up development of applications, especially cloud native applications, because not as many developers are building apps as you could hope for. I think there's maybe 7 million building on Kubernetes and out of a population of 50 million. So do we got to get better at this whole developer experience?
Spot on, yes, we are. That's one of the reasons why I started Oketo. I've been a cloud native developer for many years, and that was always something that frustrated me a lot. So it's great to see, Oketo, but many other companies very focused on this. And what's even more exciting to me is that now we're seeing these large companies investing and creating teams and budgets around developer experience, because they recognize that that's something you need to invest on to get better at. So when I look back like 4 years ago when we launched the company to today, there's great progress. There's always things to do more, but it's getting better. KubeCon after KubeCon, all these things are getting much better. It's easier, more inclusive. We have work to do, but I'm very excited for where things are and where we're going.
You mentioned that there's a lot more work on developer experience. I mean, we've been treating developers shabbily for years. Why now? What's driving this change?
So one thing you mentioned I think is driving this change is there's a lot more developers than before. I think we're seeing this really interesting transition of software engineering being something that was kind of a niche, and now it's something that pretty much every company in the world needs. Like to our company, we talk to everything from traditional enterprises, startups, governments. So everybody has software engineers. So now, like anything else, when you have a resource, you want to make sure you're using it as good as possible, and that's where they've experienced. I think also Kubernetes it is solving a lot of issues, but also created some complexities that we're now trying to figure it out, and that's where the experience is becoming a topic. I think it's not just on Kubernetes, like everywhere else, front end, back end, other types of development, but I do believe that particularly for cloud native, because such a broad ecosystem, we need a strong focus on that experience.
One of the issues that keeps coming up over and over again is that we want to shift left, theoretically, and developers are supposed to manage the platform as part of that. I've talked to very few developers that are excited about managing Kubernetes. So what is the swim lane? What is the right separation of concern here?
That's a really good question, because for the longest time we were just shifting left everything, and I think that we maybe overdid it. So I think one of the things that I talk a lot about is how it is important to shift left, but it's also important to reduce the cognitive load that developers need to deal with. Like you want developers to be able to be good at what they do and not have to be experts on everything. So that's where I feel like a lot of us are now talking about building platforms as a way to reduce what developers need to know and let them focus on business value and not have 100 people in a company being experts in Kubernetes, and instead have 10 who are really good at it and the other 90 be good at whatever your company is doing, whether it's banking software, logistics, or SaaS, etc.
We seem to be living between two extremes. On the one hand, people have been, dealing with PaaS forever and a day, but they're highly opinionated, and everybody wants to have their little tool tweak, and then kind of defeats the purpose of the PaaS. On the other end, we see organizations that have built some custom thing from scratch that they're hoping that the organization will standardize, and the software engineers love it, and the developers are kind of indifferent. So is there some way to kind of have a middle ground where I can have the benefits of something that's opinionated, but that's flexible and extensible, and is that what we're trying to get to?
I agree completely. I always call this kind of like the Goldilocks effect, where things are too hot to call. I think so. One of the things that I've always been very excited about with Kubernetes is because it became kind of this de facto standard for all things cloud native, now we have a baseline we can all work together on. So people are building PaaS, people are building more open platforms, but because we're all speaking this Kubernetes language, that means all of our platforms are extensible by default. And we see that a lot where some of our users, we have an open source tool as well, some of our contributors, they come with like some like the very heavy-handed, draw the square, others prefer a more open, and Kubernetes really allows you to build opinionated passes, but with these escape valves to build like more flexibility, which I think is getting us closer to that ideal world of you have a platform that gives you 80%, but you have the extensibility to build the other 20% when needed.
How automated can all this get? We see people talking about generative AI and coding and stuff like that. Is that going to be commonplace for everywhere we go? I mean, and will it write code or will it just kind of type ahead?
That's a good question. I hope so. I think that like all technologies, AI and platforms and all these things are going to help us be more effective. So I'm hoping for a future where we no longer have to write the scaffolding code, the basic things, so that we can get out of the way and we can use what humans are good at, which is innovating, solving hard problems, and let AI and all these other solutions help us with the long tail of work that needs to be done.
Kubernetes is now, shall we say, fashionable, and we are starting to see more applications being developed as a result, but I'm also starting to hear from folks who are saying a lot of applications are being built for Kubernetes that are not really well suited for Kubernetes and they're not fit for purpose. So do we need to look twice before we jump here and figure out exactly what types of applications lend themselves to this particular platform?
I think so. Like any other technology, we all go through a phase where like this one thing looks super exciting and we want to do everything there. It happened before with cloud computing. It happened before with virtualization. I think it's important when we're adopting technology to look at it, but I think it's also important to understand that Kubernetes is really about orchestrating resources. So as long as you need scale, as long as you need infrastructure provision fast, it's a great fit. But I think I'm also looking forward to the time where Kubernetes becomes boring and it's just this layer that you just know it's there, because that's when it's going to shine, when it's invisible, it gives you value, but it doesn't get in the way. And we're getting there. There's a lot of like effort being done in like making it more standard, easier to use, more reliable. And once we get there, I think everybody should just be able to run pretty much any workload on Kubernetes and not think about it.
So at the show, you guys announced integration with AWS, and what was involved in that? Why should people care? And because it's all Kubernetes, right? So it should run anywhere magically.
And it does, and that was our vision when we started Octeto. But as we acquire customers, as we talk to more people in the industry, what you were saying before, we realized that not everybody is 100% in Kubernetes. Some applications are better suited for having parts on the cloud, parts on Kubernetes. So our Dev Experience platform has evolved to allow you to define these development environments that include Kubernetes resources, but now also AWS resources in Google Cloud. You can use things like Terraform, and even things like feature flags using LaunchDarkly, MongoDB Atlas for search instances. Our goal here is define a dev experience that your team needs. Don't be constrained by Kubernetes or cloud, and our tooling will let you kind of expand to either one of this as you need it, so that you have to make sure you have the right tools, and we're helping you by giving you the experience, the automation to provision everything for your developers.
All right, folks. Well, you heard it here. I think we're supposed to remember that DevOps and software engineers exist to make developers happy. We tend to forget that a lot, but maybe we got to go back to the fundamentals. Ramiro, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you very much. Talking to you.
All right, folks. We'll be back in a minute. Hello and welcome back to KubeCon plus Cloud Native Con Europe. We're here now with Raman Neeson, who's from Red Hat, and we're talking about this open source conveyor project that Red Hat's been driving. There's been some updates this week. Ramon, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
So walk us through the new updates. What did you guys address, and how popular is this project these days?
Okay, so we made a small change. Well, not small. I think it's important. We changed what conveyor is. So before it was some sort of umbrella community with different projects addressing different problems. We thought after we run this state of the app modernization survey with many organizations out there, we found out that they were mostly focused on the bringing traditional workloads into Kubernetes problem. So we thought we should refocus the community into those scenarios. And basically what we did was make Conveyor become an actual thing, an actual project that can be installed. So this week we have released the Conveyor operator. There are not many operators anymore, it's just one with everything fully integrated, fully focused on this application modernization migration scenario.
So are you seeing people taking legacy monolithic applications that ran on a VM and trying to move it over to Kubernetes? And because when I talk to people, there's kind of a debate. Do you do that and then break it up into microservices later, or do you break it up into microservices first and then move it?
Yeah, what we're trying to do with our project is allow large organizations to make those decisions. So basically, allow them to manage, govern their application landscape, surface insights about that landscape, and then make informed decisions about what should be done. So I wouldn't say it's an anti-pattern per se to move a monolithic application into Kubernetes. There's plenty of stuff that Kubernetes offers out of the box that is difficult to obtain on a traditional legacy platform. So that is definitely a migration pattern that we are seeing, but what we're trying to do with our project is to help organizations make those decisions and surface the information necessary to make those decisions.
What is the relationship between Conveyor and KubeVirt? People are using KubeVirt to run VMs on top of Kubernetes, so are these complementary things or are these alternative things?
Actually, we have a pretty close relationship. So back in the day when Conveyor was just community and we had many projects, we had a project called Forklift, which was used to automatically migrate VMs from traditional environments to KubeVirt. Basically, we have contributed this Forklift project to KubeVirt, so now it's part of KubeVirt itself. So instead of us managing that project in a separate way, we have given it to them, and we are likely to have further integration in the future.
Now, is this an open source project that's run by you guys, or did you contribute it to a consortium, or are you thinking about that, and if it's still run by you guys, why, and what's the thought process?
Yeah, no, we kickstarted this thing between Red Hat and IBM Research, and it was in September, I think, we got accepted by the CNCF as a sandbox project, so now it's owned by the CNCF. And we are still the lead contributors to the project, but basically it's now owned by the CNCF. So what we are trying to do is bring as many vendors, GSIs, or even organizations on board to make sure that we address all the problems that people are trying to solve out there when it comes to application modernization and migration.
How big a community is this right now? If you want people to join it, how would they join? Where do they get started?
Okay, so I would say the starting point could be the website, conveyor.io. We also have, in the root of the Conveyor organization in GitHub, we have all the coordinates for you to join our community meetings. We have a Slack channel in the Conveyor, in the Kubernetes Slack. So there's plenty of ways to reach to us and join us. In terms of size, 2 core contributors right now, Red Hat, IBM Research. We already have some contributions in the shape of rules from some Microsoft folks to help you migrate towards AKS and Azure App Service. So we're just growing. I think we have, I don't remember the exact number, it was like 78 contributors from many organizations. So far, core contributors are, again, Red Hat and IBM Research. We'd love to welcome anyone.
It seems to me there's a lot more urgency surrounding application modernization these days. What do you think's driving all that?
Definitely. I mean, I think the problem, or I wouldn't call it a problem, but the situation that we're seeing with lots of organizations is that they're adopting Kubernetes, they are leveraging it, but they're leveraging it in a very small percentage of their application portfolio. So maybe they have adopted Kubernetes, they have maybe 10, 20% of their applications deployed in there, and then they have the remaining 80% of their applications running on traditional infrastructure. They are kind of learning about the good things that Kubernetes and the flexibility that Kubernetes offers, and they are wondering how to leverage those capabilities with their traditional applications. So I guess that's kind of where this need is coming from, and also trying to have a unified operating model for all your workloads.
So what comes next for Conveyor? What's on your list of to-dos? What's at the top?
Okay, so short term, what we want to do is focus on multi-language support for the analysis module. We have an analysis module that gives you insights about what needs to be changed in your applications. Right now, it only supports Java. We are building a new analyzer from scratch. It's an implementation that it's based on the language server protocol technology that Microsoft is using in Visual Studio Code. So we want to abstract the complexity of all languages from the analyzer and make it language agnostic. With that, we want to tackle things like support for .NET, which is a huge thing. I think the biggest use cases for modernizations are definitely Java, but also .NET, especially .NET Framework to .NET Core, as it was called, or simply .NET right now, to enable these .NET workloads to run in containers within Kubernetes. So that's the next big thing that we have. And on the midterm, we want to enhance our assessment module to make it a little bit more flexible. So far, we're tackling the containerization use case, but we would like to tackle other cloud-native migration scenarios. And also, we want to tackle the problem of assets generation. So automate the generation of everything you need to run your application on Kubernetes, like a deployment manifest, like Docker files, like maybe preliminary pipeline resources, all that stuff to make the whole thing as streamlined and simple as possible.
All right. Any thought to maybe adding COBOL to that list someday?
I got asked about that all the time. Cool thing is that there is a language server implementation for COBOL, so we should be able to cover COBOL if it's an appetite for that in the market.
All right. What's your best advice to folks when they go to modernize an application? What do you see folks doing that just makes you shake your head a little bit and go, folks, maybe there's a better way of thinking about this?
Yeah, the way we think of application modernization and migration, we'd like to take, or at least enable organizations to take a holistic approach at their application portfolio. If you just start modernizing application by application without having your portfolio inside, it's very likely that you will make decisions that you might regret in the future. So it's better to identify risks and problems as early as possible, come up with suitable mitigation strategies, and make sure you don't find any surprises later on. So my advice will be try to take an approach that is as holistic as possible.
All right, folks. I think he just said you should look before you leap.
Yeah.
Ramon, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you so much.
All right. And we'll be back in a minute, guys. Hello and welcome back to KubeCon plus Cloud Native Con Europe, and we're talking with Fahad Rizki, who's from Tigera, and they're the drivers of the Calico open source project for networking. And I feel at least that we've been talking about networking in Kubernetes environments for a long time, but it's coming into its own now. We're starting to see enough clusters be deployed in production environments. So what's your sense of what is the current state of maturity around networking in these environments?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So what we're seeing, obviously, is as more and more companies are adopting, Kubernetes environments, and these environments are scaling now, and more production workloads, mission-critical workloads are being deployed. So as that adoption is increasing, both the networking and network security piece is becoming, paramount. As not just a day one problem, but a day zero problem that they're trying to solve for. So everything from networking, network security, to all the other security pieces that need to be put into place in order to ensure that these production workloads and mission critical applications are secure, right? So that's what we're seeing, that it's becoming front and center as these applications are getting into production.
Where does Calico fit in the ecosystem? If I walk around the show floor, I see everything from Ingress controllers to application connectivity, service meshes, and then you guys essentially have, at least in my opinion, a network overlay. Are these things alternatives to each other? Are they complementary? And what consists of the networking stack might look like?
Yeah. So from a networking and network security and security perspective, you'll see a lot of different companies here that are providing different components of the stack. From our perspective, from a Calico perspective, obviously Calico is known for providing the networking and network policy piece. But what we've done now with Calico Cloud, it's our offering called Calico Cloud and Calico Enterprise. We've taken it, several steps further, where we have now brought in all those different security components into one place. And essentially, what we're seeing there is what we've done there is become a one-stop shop, plug-and-play solution for all your security needs for your Kubernetes environment. So everything from network security to build time security, runtime security, and deploy time security. So we provide a one-stop shop, plug and play. So we've evolved Calico from just a networking play to, like I said, to network security, build time, runtime, and deploy time security as well. Because all of those components are now part of the stack, and it's just not just about networking anymore. Now you have to be able to secure the entire infrastructure.
Same question on the security front. I can walk around here and there's 3 dozen point products.
Correct.
Is security and network operations converging now, essentially, and that makes it easier for me to kind of manage the whole thing at a reasonable cost? But from your perspective, are you seeing customers actually doing that?
That's a great question. Yeah, absolutely, we're seeing that. We're seeing this across the board, really, where a lot of companies, especially the companies that they don't have the expertise, because right now what companies are running into, the issue that companies are running into is not being able to hire people fast enough, and not having people with the right expertise either. And then when you do hire somebody, then being able to enable them and get them trained up. So they prefer someone to come in and take that entire piece off of the table for them and say, okay, the networking and the security and the build time, runtime, deploy time, network security, become that one-stop shop and take that headache away from us, right? So we're seeing companies absolutely do that right now.
What makes networking in Kubernetes environments different from traditional networking? Because I think a lot of folks have some understanding of traditional networking, but Kubernetes has some nuances to it, so what should people be aware of?
Yeah, that's a great question. So from a networking perspective, obviously, now you're dealing in a completely different realm from your traditional networks. You don't have your static IP addresses. Everything is dynamic. Everything, all your IP addresses are ephemeral. These workloads are ephemeral. So that provides a different level of complexity when it comes to networking and network security, right? So Your traditional architectures that you have, they just don't work in this environment anymore. So a lot of times what companies want to do, we see that is they say, okay, I want to extend what I'm doing on my traditional networking into the Kubernetes environment, and that's where we come in and provide the education to these customers to say, to a lot of these companies and say, look, this is how you should be doing it. This is how other companies are doing it, because it is a completely different mindset on how you need to approach the network security and the networking and the security piece of it.
We talked about the convergence of networking and security, but it also seems like networking itself is being more tightly coupled to DevOps workflows, and you're starting to see DevOps teams kind of programmatically managing network services alongside everything else. So is that a trend we should expect to see to continue?
Absolutely. I mean, especially in companies that are, say, more mid-sized to smaller companies where they don't have a separate team for, say, there's no separate platform team or networking team and a separate security team, where these teams are a lot more closely aligned in smaller companies. Or there's one team that's kind of doing it all on the DevOps side. They're doing the platform side, they're doing the security side, they're doing the networking side. And so a lot of these teams now are responsible for doing it all, right? Just being able to do the networking part, the security part, and the network, the network security part there as well. So we're seeing that across the board, where now because there's just one team kind of doing it all, they have a more holistic view of what needs to be done from start to finish to secure that workload.
The perception is that Kubernetes is hard and that networking is even harder still. Is this becoming more accessible to mere mortals?
Absolutely. That's where companies like ours, like Tigera, come in and make it accessible and easy for them to be able to do the networking and network security part. Because it is hard, but we've, as a company, we've accumulated 6 years of doing very complex and deploying very complex Kubernetes networking, network security, and security projects. Unlike anybody else, at large companies, mid-sized companies, smaller companies. So we're able to bring those expertise to these companies and say, this is how you should be doing networking. These are the best practices, right? So.
What's your best advice to folks in terms of getting started? What have you seen customers do that maybe others might find inadvisable? Are there tips there you can share that says, hey, this is how to get this done a little more faster and reliably?
Yeah. Obviously, I can talk about that all day, but a few things that like I said, the number one piece that all customers are running into is just not being able to find enough people have the expertise on staff to be able to manage and deploy, in complex Kubernetes environments. And so, being able to come to a one-stop shop type of solution to kind of help them with, help them get started. What we see with our customers is, they'll start off small, with smaller non-prod and production clusters, and then they slowly start applying non-production workloads, and then they start to apply production workloads as those expertise get, they increase their expertise. We also do see that people underestimate the complexity. They also overestimate the time to deployment. And that's where, again, Tigera comes in and kind of helps them with that, because we have those expertise, we have that knowledge base to be able to help them with that day zero, day one problem of being able to deploy. And then security becomes a big blocker for them, right? Because you cannot go, the question that comes to them before they deploy a production application is, what about security? How are we going to secure this environment? And so one of the mistakes that we see people do is they don't think about security from a day zero perspective, right? They have to start thinking about security from a day zero perspective. They think about security as a day one, day two problem. And so they get blindsided by that. And my advice would be start thinking about security well in advance as you're designing your clusters. Think about security holistically from that standpoint.
Are the bad guys starting to find Kubernetes applications? I mean, we've been thinking about security as an afterthought for a long time, and I think we build the apps, but it seems to me like the apps that are being deployed on Kubernetes are kind of high-value targets.
They are, and as more and more mission-critical production applications are starting to get applied on Kubernetes environments, they are 100% becoming targets of the bad guys out there. And we'll see, I predict over the next year, we'll see more and more news coming out of, breaches happening because of, folks targeting Kubernetes environments. So that is 100% happening right now.
All right, folks, It's been a long time in coming, but networking and security in Kubernetes land is finally happening. Fahad, thanks for being on the show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Many thanks to my co-host Mike Vizard, who, if you've been paying attention on the feed, has been doing some of the earlier interviews. But I'm back for the afternoon, and I'm really happy to introduce you to our next guest here live in Amsterdam at KubeCon. His name is Bassam Tabara, and Bassam is with Upbound. Bassam, welcome. Welcome to Techstrong.
Thanks for having me on your show.
Thank you for being here. I guess we should start with a little bit about yourself, Bassam, if it's okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Share with our audience.
So I'm Bassam. I'm the CEO and founder of Upbound. We're the company behind the Crossplane project, which I was one of the folks that started the project. It's one of the CNCF projects here, the cloud control plane. And actually started another project here that's a graduated CNCF project, the Rook project. So
Sure.
I feel like, this is, it's exciting to be here and see the growth of the cloud native community and all these amazing projects and companies and everything else around this.
I agree, it is exciting. I mean, so you know what, before we jump into how exciting it is though, if you don't mind, a little bit about each of the Crossplane and Rook projects for our audience.
So Rook is the storage project for Kubernetes. It's actually the first storage project that was done at the CNCF. It's the 6th project overall. And it's a graduated project. It's deployed all around the world, and large deployments, super exciting to see the growth around Rook. And then Crossplane is the project that I'm currently most involved in, and that Upbound is actually my company is commercializing. And Crossplane is a cloud control plane. So the way to think about it is it's a control plane that you're able to connect to all your cloud resources and manage them all from a single point of control. And it's based on the Kubernetes control plane, so it's instantly familiar to folks that know how to use Kubernetes, and basically lets you use the Kubernetes style management, not just for containers, but for the rest of cloud.
Right.
Very popular project these days that's ties into what people are doing around platform engineering, building platforms within their companies. Tends to be the most central piece of what companies are building with their platform.
Sure.
They put a control plane in, build a platform around it.
What a great idea.
Yeah.
So, let us take advantage of you being here and talking just between you and I. How did you sort of come up with the idea for this one?
Yeah, Crossplane's actually the idea goes back to maybe 2017. It was you have to go back in time and think about 2017. Kubernetes wasn't yet a thing.
Right.
2016 is actually when Crossplane effectively was being incubated, if you will. And at that time, Docker was a big thing, Mesosphere.
I know
it was all container wars, right? It wasn't until kind of towards the end of towards the end of 2017 when Amazon announced support for EKS and literally sealed the deal, right? Now, Kubernetes emerged as the standard, de facto standard for container orchestration, right? And, I looked at, and it was actually also the first time in history, cloud computing or IT history, where there was a single API that's supported by multiple vendors, including Amazon, Microsoft, Azure, and Google. Right? They compete on different, services and products, but they actually all agreed that Kubernetes was a common thing that they want to support, right? And so Crossplane came about, essentially realizing that you could actually use Kubernetes to manage things beyond containers. And so I basically started the project with basically getting Kubernetes to be used to manage the rest of cloud. And we've been on that journey since then. It felt super early back then, but it's so amazing to see if you went to KubeCon 4 years ago, everybody was talking about microservices and containers, and it was all about compute and how do you run compute and schedule compute containers on clusters. And now the discussion is all around how you use Kubernetes to manage everything, right? And that's literally what Crossplane's about.
Absolutely. I mean, I'll just give you a little, 2016, 2017, I'm going to DockerCon up in Seattle.
Yeah.
I came back. I said we got to do a dedicated site just to this whole community's exploding, and I'm thinking, what are we going to name the site? I came up with all these names around Docker, and I realized that picking Docker, I'm going to wind up with trademark issues. So I said, you know what? But it's really about, because it was the container wars, and we picked the name Container Journal, and that was our, cloud native site up until today, until yesterday, actually.
Oh, okay, you renamed it.
And we renamed it because the following year I went to Austin for DockerCon, and it was all Kubernetes. I came back from that DockerCon saying, oh my God, thank God we didn't name it for Docker, because Kubernetes is going to rule the whole thing here. Maybe we should name it. I said, no, we can't use Kubernetes in the name.
It's also a trademark issue.
Also trademark. So we kept it as Container Journal. But, watching how
you can spell container with a K. And
I could have done that, or a little late in there. I'm glad we didn't, because it's not all about Kubernetes anymore either, with observability and service mesh and everything happening. So we renamed it now cloudnativenow.com.
Yeah.
And I think that one I'm safe with. It's kind of...
Very much. It's amazing to see the expansion that has happened in terms of, policy, observability, cost controls.
Agreed.
Governance, compliance. Everything's now being built around the cloud native stack, if you will, right? And it's so much more than just containers and microservices and all of that. So
I agree with you. Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about Upbound. Yeah. So it's a commercial company built around, supporting the Crossplane project, but so there's different business funnels. Are you offering it as a service, a hosted service? Is there premium, freemium kind of?
Both.
What's
The short answer is both. So our customers are mostly large enterprises that are effectively building what people would call an internal cloud platform or internal developer platform. People use different names, right?
Sure.
But almost everyone these days is layering on top of cloud computing, and they're using multiple vendors. And they have an internal set of developers that need to support. So they tend to organize into central teams, shared services teams, shared platform teams. You hear the term platform engineering. Those are primarily our customers. They're using Crossplane and they're using Upbound products around it to build these platforms that help them manage all the infrastructure that are on top of cloud, and also offer a self-service experience to developers. So what Upbound offers is we sell effectively an enterprise version of Crossplane that comes with support and SLAs, and we partner with these teams to build with them and partner with them in terms of what they're, all the platforms that they're offering. And we have our Upbound product, which is a managed implementation of Crossplane, and that actually launched 2 weeks ago. You can go get it on upbound.io and get started really quickly. Really a turnkey solution around Crossplane. It's probably the easiest way to get started with Crossplane.
Absolutely, absolutely. The demographic, if you will, of the users of?
Mostly people that have titles like SRE and or even cloud architect, IT infrastructure, DevOps. Basically, people that are responsible for managing cloud infrastructure and helping teams build applications on top of them, and they tend to be central teams these days. So that's our primary user.
And again, that's another. We were talking about kind of how this community has evolved. If you go back to San Diego pre-COVID KubeCon, right? I think the community, well, maybe it was starting to change. Seattle before that, Barcelona.
Yeah.
The community was developers, very developer-centric. Developing a multi-threaded application. I'm going to use containers. I'm going to use Kubernetes to do so. What I've seen here more than, really it's a, you could put your thumb on it. You could kind of smell it before, but now you can see it.
Yeah.
Is the SREs, the platform engineers, the ops people, if you will, who are utilizing these cloud native technologies to not just develop and deploy cloud applications, but to really run and manage their infrastructures.
That's right. Yeah. No,
I think that's a big change.
I'd say even in the early days, there were a big presence of operations and platform at that time.
I always felt it was developer-centric. And another thing I'm seeing, Bassam, and I'm interested in your view, is it's almost like we're pulling these developers right. We spent so many years talking about shift left.
Yeah.
But now we're pulling developers right into the ops, if you will, into the the managing of
the
this.
terminology is interesting here. I mean, if you say developer is a software engineer,
right? Okay, yeah.
Then there are software engineers that specialize in writing app code, and there are software engineers that specialize in writing platforms and infrastructure, right? They're all developers at the end of the day. Everyone's a developer if you're writing code. And so, but I definitely see the, people think of developers typically, or use the word developer to mean people are writing application code. And then, there's a bit of confusion around if you're a developer in ops, what do you call that, right? So there's a bit of a terminology thing going on here.
I agree with you. Anything else? Well, we mentioned there were two, you mentioned both, yes.
Yeah, I mean, our news as of 2 weeks is we launched the Upbound product. I'd love for people to go try it out. This week we're talking about our partnership with VMware. VMware just integrated our universal crossplane offering into the Tanzu platform.
Oh,
we're excited about the partnership there.
Sure.
Definitely lots of exciting things happening in our space. And then again, amazing to see all the growth around the cloud native ecosystem.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
People want to go get more information about Upbound.
Upbound.io.
Upbound.io, remember that. Yeah. And they can probably get to Crossplane from there.
Yep.
Very good.
Awesome.
So best of luck with Upbound, man.
You.
It sounds
Appreciate
exciting.
It, yeah.
Keep up. I mean, two different open source CNCF projects, not just open source projects. So it's an amazing accomplishment. We're going to take a break as the sun is shining through here to us on Techstrong TV. We're live in Amsterdam. We'll be right back.
Hello, we're back at KubeCon plus Cloud Native Con Europe, and we're talking with Peter Smells, who is with SUSE, and we're talking about some updates to Rancher and some of the challenges of running Kubernetes at scale. Peter, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, always fun to be here.
So, I guess you could just walk us through some of the updates, but put it in context, because it seems to me we're starting to see organizations actually deploy fleets of Kubernetes clusters, and management is becoming more of a challenge. So what's going on?
Yes, that's actually great context. So yeah, we had a point release this week that I'll talk to you about, but the context is very simple, which is that Kubernetes is definitely maturing. Organizations are running more and more production workloads, within container-based environments. They're running on-prem, they're running across multiple clouds, they're running all the way out to the edge. Okay, and so the way we've always looked at Rancher, our strategy with Rancher is that Rancher is a platform, it's a container management platform. So it's all about making the management of containers and Kubernetes easy, and then making that simplicity as accessible to as many people as possible. So think Rancher's a platform, okay, because that kind of dictates what we're doing with 2.7.2. We announced 2.7.2 this week, really 3 primary things that we did. Number one, and they're all related to the platform. Number one was around enhancements from a performance and scalability standpoint, okay? We see Rancher as the best container management platform in the industry. It is the most widely adopted. We want to make sure it stays that way. It needs to deliver on the performance and scalability requirements that our customers in all these different use cases and workloads dictate. So that's a never-ending task. So strong enhancements both from performance and scalability. That's number one. Number two is enhancements from our security posture. Okay, so we want Rancher to be the most secure container management platform. So number one there, we addressed a number of known vulnerabilities within the platform. So that's a never-ending task as well. Make sure you're addressing any known vulnerabilities in the platform itself. Number one is that we modified our RBAC policies to be consistent across everything in our portfolio. So now you've got consistent RBAC for Fleet, for Harvester, Longhorn, Rancher, et cetera. And then the third one is that we rebased BCI, which is our base container image, okay? We rebased that on Sleep, which makes perfect sense as SUSE. That's a place where owning the OS and the container piece of the puzzle, that's actually where that synergy is very strong, particularly because you want a secure image, you want it to be immutable, you want to know exactly what you're putting in that base image. So that's number two, is the security stuff. The third piece that is super exciting is we introduced what we call UI extensions, okay? And so if you think of Rancher as a platform, we have a catalog, so people can put applications in the catalog, they can deploy things from the catalog with a Helm chart, and we'll provide SLA back support, for some of those, for the certified ones. With UI extensions, what we're doing is we're giving customers, ISVs, as well as our tech partners, the ability to actually create customized user interface experiences directly in Rancher, okay? And so to kick things off, we created 3 of our own UI extensions. Okay, the first one is KubeWarden. So KubeWarden is an open source project we donated to CNCF. That's all about policy management. So we built a UI extension around policy management. So directly within the Rancher UI, you now have a tab for UI extension for policy management. Number 2 was around Harvester, which is our HCI open source project. So now it's tighter integration for managing VM and container-based environments. And then the third one was Elemental, again, which is another open source project of ours, which is about managing the OS from Rancher. So in this case, managing SLE Micro, directly from within Rancher. So those are the 3 UI extensions that we created. But the important takeaway from that is, you can imagine where we're going to take this. Our view is he who has the biggest ecosystem wins. Open, interoperable ecosystem. So essentially, as we go down the road, there are going to be lots of exciting things we can talk about with all of the people across the ecosystem that are building these UI extensions that we certify and provide support for. Open, interoperable, doesn't have to run on SLE, doesn't have to run on any particular infrastructure. Open, interoperable, all grounded in Rancher, which is about simplicity of management.
So just how big is that Rancher ecosystem now? If that's what's going to carry the day, folks are going to want to know, is this a couple of thousand people or tens of thousands, or what are we looking at?
Well, I mean, the ecosystem is from a user community, as we've stated before, we've got north of 45,000 active users. So we have a very large community of users. Those are not necessarily all candidates for extensions. We've got a couple hundred applications in the catalog today, and you could imagine that. I mean, the ecosystem, the UI extension ecosystem right now is just us because we just launched it. Okay. But basically that we'll see that grow rapidly over time. And yeah, I mean, just look around at the people in this, who are the firms in this room, that could potentially want to create that customized experience for their customer.
Because Rancher essentially becomes the central console for managing all this stuff.
Correct.
So it makes it a natural place to plug all those things in.
And it's an orchestration. I mean, that's the whole, like our role in this is it's not about, doesn't have to be our tech. Our value is in simplicity of management and simplicity of orchestration, leveraging the technologies and the open source projects that you want to use. So we already have a very rich ecosystem within the catalog. We're going to have a very rich ecosystem as well from a UI extension standpoint.
The perception has always been that Kubernetes is hard to manage. Are we getting down to the point now where maybe it is accessible to mere mortals and I don't have to be a DevOps engineer to manage this?
It's getting better. There is definitely, we talked a lot over the course of this week about there are definitely skills gaps. We still, it's not all about the technology. We need to continue to invest in the people and in the training and in the education, which is, we can go down the academy path whenever, I'd love to chat about that when we're ready. So we've always been, Rancher has always been, and obviously Sue's the company, we've always been very committed to education, okay? Because it is all, we want to make Kubernetes and containers simple, and we also want to make it as accessible to as many people as possible. And a big part of that is providing training. And so this week, the other big announcement we made was the relaunch of Rancher Academy, okay, or the launch of academy.next, okay? We've already graduated in the first version, we already graduated north of 18,000 students who went through essentially an introduction to Kubernetes and an introduction to Rancher. So now we're launching the next gen of Academy, and we've had huge, really strong demand. Day one actually took our server down, not our server, but basically took the Academy server down because there was so much demand for registration. And this is fun, this is about introduction to Kubernetes. Introduction to Rancher 101, 201. It's all foundational education, which it's in our best interest. An educated consumer is our best customer, so the more people that we get more knowledge to that become more knowledgeable about Kubernetes, the better for everybody. And of course, by definition, if they're doing this through Rancher Academy, we're perfectly fine with the brand equity, if you will, that helps us build, because we're doing the right thing.
So how automated can all this get? Can't walk down the street these days without somebody talking about AI. Essentially, we're talking about IT operations. There's a lot more algorithms being thrown at these equations. What do you predict is going to happen in the future?
I would separate out the AI stuff from so we can come back and talk about AI briefly, but in terms of the automation and the maturity, where we are with, it's getting a lot better. We haven't checked the box completely, but the maturity of container management overall is what it's doing is we're now having new conversations. So now it's more about container security. Now it's more about fleet. Okay, it's not, I can manage 10 clusters, 20 clusters, whatever. Well, how do I actually manage cohorts, of tens of thousands of nodes? So there's maturity there. How do I deal with persistent storage requirements? Stateful applications that require, so there's the ecosystem of Kubernetes. It's not just about sort of baseline provisioning, if you will, the simple stuff. Now it's about maturing the overall ecosystem and functionality, which is tying back to the UI extensions. That's why UI extensions is so important to us, because that's how we drive the next level of automation, the next level of simplification. AI is interesting because I think AI, there will definitely be some very interesting, exciting use cases for AI. Interesting enough on the DevOps side, where there's interesting things where can AI and modeling help accelerate development of applications? That's a good question. There's lots of things you can do around education and anomaly detection with things like AI and such. So there's a lot of different applications, and so I think that will certainly be, I'm sure that'll be a topic in the coming months and next KubeCon, et cetera.
There are a lot of flavors of Kubernetes, and there's a lot of lightweight versions of Kubernetes. Are you starting to see more usage of the lightweight ones, and sometimes maybe less is more? Because I'm doing stuff out at the edge now. There's a lot of different scenarios, so do I really need to deploy the core Kubernetes for every instance, or can I mix it up?
Oh no, that's a great question. So, two thoughts. Number one is that from our vantage point, as we've been back to our open interoperable, our view has always been distributions are commodities. Okay, because basically, what do you want? You want to compute everywhere, right? We want Kubernetes to be everywhere. So purpose-built distributions to apply to the job at hand, which was the genesis of K3S, that was created by Rancher. And the whole idea there was that K8s, in and of itself is too heavy for lightweight, potentially resource-constrained environments. That was the genesis of K3S, which has gone absolutely bonkers in terms of adoption. A lot of that adoption out on the edge. So to your point, the number one is that you should be distribution agnostic. Okay, number one, it's about the management of those and using the purpose-built thing. And to your second point, absolutely, we're seeing the use of the purpose-built. Honestly, it's about K3S. I mean, there are folks doing other things trying to create lighter weight distros, but K3S is just, it's 25,000 GitHub stars. It just continues to go bonkers because we've struck on something and we donated it, obviously. So it's available for everybody, but it's now from a foundation standpoint creating all kinds of fun and exciting new use cases with this very lightweight, incredibly easy, fast to deploy, easy to manage distribution. You're not going to try and take a heavyweight data center distribution and run it out on the edge. You're not going to take that stack. And which is, I know some of the folks in the container space have that challenge because they want to try and take their entire stack, and move it to the edge, which is, we would argue, not the optimal thing to do. Leverage the distribution and the lightweight stack, purpose-built for what you're trying to accomplish.
So what's your best advice ultimately to organizations that are trying to deploy Kubernetes at scale now? What do you see as the most successful patterns maybe that people are using, or are there things that you can point to people and say, this is the right way to go?
I'd say, crawl, walk, run, in the sense that start at the start. So make sure that your people are getting educated, make sure they understand what they're doing. And then I'd say the other thing would be sort of have a vision, but have as well defined a use case as you can. Have a purpose that you're trying to accomplish. And a lot of folks today will do that as either we're just going to build containers as a service. So that's more of a central IT. We'll deploy. If we build it, they will come. So let's build it, get it out there, make it available to our developer community, our application lines of business, and so forth. So that's been a very successful model. But then you have scenarios where individual lines of business, where your organization isn't doing containers as a service, if you will. You've just got individual pockets of different folks building applications. My only guidance on that one was, at some point in time, eliminate silos, if you will. So as you're building these out, cross-functional communication, the more you can consolidate, because it's all about simplification of management, the more that you can tie those together, not necessarily the application workloads per se, but the underlying infrastructure management and container management.
All right. Folks, I think the KISS principle now applies to Kubernetes, so that's kind of where we are. Peter, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks for having me.
All right, guys, and we'll be back in a minute.
All right. Hey, it's Alan Schimmel, and we're back. Again, many thanks to our Chief Content Officer, Mike Vizard, for doing double duty with me here at KubeCon. It takes the load off. But I'm happy to be in on this next one. I want to introduce you to Shantanu Kitani, and I hope I got that right.
Yeah, it was good.
All right. Shantanu is with Tenable, and I don't think Tenable Network Security needs an introduction to our audience, but it's always a company I enjoy interacting with. I'm friends with Ron Gula, who's one of the co-founders of Tenable,
Great
along
guy.
with Renaud and Jack. But of course, the Tenable I worked with 23 years ago is not the Tenable of today, though there's still that base. But we should start with you, Shantanu. Give people a little bit of your background and what do you do with Tenable?
Absolutely. So I'm with Tenable. I do product management for our cloud native security solution. And it's been a long journey. I've been in tech I've been in security for almost 20 years now. I've been a developer, which is why I love being at a place like this. It's a fantastic place. So much good energy around everything cloud and cloud native. And I've been in product for the last, 10 odd years now. So it's been amazing to see the journey, on both sides.
Absolutely. And look, I assume everyone knows about Tenable, but maybe they don't, or they're not sure.
Yeah.
We should give them a little.
Absolutely. So Tenable has been, we did our bread and butter and we built our base in vulnerability management. And that's the forte, that's what Tenable's been known for. But the last 2 years or a little over, Tenable's been on an acquisition spree, and what we've done really well is acquired different sensors that look at all different categories of assets. So we have a cloud native solution, we have a solution that does Active Directory security, we have solutions that do web application, and we are now able to look at vulnerabilities and security posture issues across all of these things under one umbrella, and that's what Tenable's new exposure management platform is. That's what Tenable One is.
Excellent. And so the platform is called Tenable One.
Tenable One, yeah.
Just want to make sure we get that out there.
Absolutely, Tenable One.
So, it's interesting. You as a developer get excited being here at Cloud Native. I get excited because this particular Cloud Native Con, KubeCon, seems to be aimed not just exclusively at developers, but at SREs and platform engineers and security people and all the folks who are, kind of pulling the levers, pushing the buttons and checking the metrics on making sure stuff's running. It's the ops piece of it, if you will. But we're in day 2 here. What has been like some of the stories that kind of grabbed you, or some of the topics that you found interesting?
Yeah, that's a great question, and you're absolutely right. The diversity of people at this show is fantastic.
Yep.
Right? You have everyone from people who are hands on keyboard writing code, creating applications, to people who are running them and scaling them. I think something that struck me this morning during the keynote, and the keynotes were fantastic. I'm sure you were attending as well. What struck me though is, this is a very rich open source community that's over here, and open source, as we know, is always on the bleeding edge. And some of the things that they were talking about are the same message that we are talking about at Tenable, right? So kind of when you find yourself in that place, you're like, we're saying the right things, right?
Yeah.
We're doing something right, exactly. So a few interesting stats that we talked about this morning at the keynote. One was 80% of organizations out there today are looking to make sure that they have full stack security, right? We're talking security at KubeCon, which is fantastic. And the second stat was that more than 60% of the organizations are in security limbo because they are getting way too many findings. They don't know what to prioritize, right? So you put those two things together and you kind of get to understand what exposure management really is all about. You have to have full stack visibility, all the way from top to down, from your application to the infrastructure to the code that went into making that infrastructure. You have to have that across the board for applications, for ITDR, for external attack exposure, and you have to be able to prioritize. And in order to prioritize, you need context across the board. So now, when we're looking at a vulnerability,
Is that a vulnerability on an instance? Is that a vulnerability with an application that can be used to exploit the vulnerability on the instance? What are the permissions that are associated with that instance? You have to understand all of these things to then be able to say, oh yes, this is the most important thing that I need to get to first, right? And that's what exposure management, that's what Tenable One is all about, helping you understand all of your assets, all of the problems that are associated with those assets, and which are the ones to go after first.
Yep. You know, listening to you talk, and look, I've been in security a long time myself. What I find really interesting is that when we talk about managing vulnerabilities these days, it used to be, look, just scan it and tell me what I got, right? And then I'll try to prioritize my remediations.
Yeah.
And that was an uphill battle for a time, right?
Yeah.
Now in this day and age, we of course scan, and we don't even necessarily scan, we monitor. You know, we have a better picture of what we have than we certainly ever did before. But the other piece of it hasn't changed, and that is sensory overload, if you will, right?
Yeah.
Desensitization. I used to tell people when I was selling vulnerability management that it was like, it was job security for so many security folks, because you would run a scan, even if you ran a scan once a year, you would deliver a phone book size list of vulnerabilities.
Absolutely.
And you know, I was living in New York back then. I used to say it's like painting the Verrazano Bridge. That's a lifetime job.
Yeah.
Because they usually start painting that bridge right after New Year's. And they finish right before Christmas. They take Christmas to New Year's off, and it's time to paint again. And that's what vulnerability management was for a long time too. Now, we have so many more tools available to us to help us prioritize, really, A, what should we fix? B, when should we fix it? And C, we have the ability to automate so much more of it.
Yeah.
Right? And to me, when we talk about exposure management, I want those three kind of dials that I could dial in to make my life easier.
Yeah.
Tenable One help with that?
Absolutely, and actually let me explode the complexity of this problem, right? Since we're at KubeCon, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about how this works with cloud native and Kubernetes, right?
Yeah.
So a couple more interesting stats for us, right? 92% of web applications are now being deployed in cloud, and 83% of those are cloud native, which means it's all going on a containerized environment somewhere, right? And in Kubernetes, K, K could be for Kubernetes complexity. And I think that complexity is infinite, because Kubernetes by definition allows developers and teams, cloud teams, to move as quickly as possible with a variety of control planes available to them, right? And that control plane stuff is completely out of control, because everybody's just doing what they want to move as quickly as possible to deliver more value. But security teams are kind of getting left behind, right? So you're talking about one phone book. I mean, I don't even think you can finish painting that bridge in 2 years or 3. Right?
Job security.
Right? Job security, right? So what does that do for us now? What that means is that security teams have to get involved at every stage of the life cycle. You have to do as many things preventatively as possible, so that they don't go into your environment, don't get exposed, and don't become problems that can be exploited, right? That's how you start nipping at the bud some of these problems. But how do you do that, right? And that's where the three things that you're talking about become interesting to understand, right? Prioritization, absolutely. Context that Tenable One provides will help you understand what are the different things that are connected to your container, to your node. How do you make sure that you can understand multiple asset types in one finding so that you can prevent that exploit? Because attackers are not thinking in silos. They're not thinking vulnerability, they're not thinking misconfiguration, they're not thinking exposure, right? They're trying to figure out how they can utilize all of these things to combine into an attack path, right? And with Tenable One, you understand attack paths, you understand criticality of your assets, so you understand crown jewels, and you understand what are the most exploitable exposed assets, right? So Tenable One helps you with that, but let's go back into a containerized environment, into cloud native for a second, right? Security teams have to take a posture of governance across the board, right? When you're in DevOps, when you're developing an application, when you are deploying that application, when you're monitoring that application runtime, security team has to be everywhere so they can apply the right security gates. And that's where I'll kind of go into my third thing on how, right? How do you actually do this? So effectively, really the only good way of doing this, in our opinion, is having a single policy framework across the board. So you have a security team that is an expert in writing policies and writing controls, understanding cloud benchmarks, codifying them in a fashion where these can be deployed when a developer is writing code, right? You want to be able to tell them that, oh, that subnet that you're putting in there is not going to match your compliance policy, not going to match your security policy. When you're scanning, when you're looking at repositories of your infrastructure, when you're scanning your container registries, when you're scanning your pipelines, when you're going through a pipeline, you can put preventative measures in place. So then when you're looking at your runtime environment, which are hundreds of thousands of containers, you're not worried about whack-a-mole over there, right? And I think that's how you really kind of get to controlling this madness through some well-defined, well-done policies that are written by security experts, but applied by the cloud teams.
So, look, I think one of the biggest positive changes in terms of vulnerability management is the concept of pre-deployment vulnerability management. In my day, we had to beg people to scan their existing infrastructure once a year. Now, the last thing I saw was 80% of all applications are scanned for vulnerabilities prior to deployment. Look, I don't know who the other 20% are, but we're not going to, don't even worry about them. They got bigger problems.
Yeah.
But the fact that 80% is, it gives you the kind of stuff you're talking about.
Absolutely.
Because now you kind of don't have that gun to your head, so to speak, where you've got stuff in the wild, right?
Yep.
This is still pre-deployment.
Pre-deployment, exactly.
And it gives you that kind of power. What about automation?
So all of this is in some kind of automation, right? It gives different teams autonomy to run at their own pace, to automate out their deployments, to automate out their infrastructure. But it gives security teams the people who want to put some checks and balances in place, the ability to do that, right? Have one policy that gets deployed everywhere. As you're automating, as you're scaling out, you know that you're working off of clean code, clean images, right? We scan our environment at this point 20,000 times a day within Tenable, right? Every single time somebody is making a small change, tiny change, anywhere, right? So the whole process is completely automated. Everything gets deployed and scanned in pipelines, and anytime you say, sorry, this doesn't meet, you stop the pipeline, you break the pipeline, you get into preventative mode. But the most important thing here, I think, is being able to do all of this in one single place, because again, you have to be able to take a look at what are the vulnerabilities that are in an AMI image, which is referenced in your infrastructure as code. So you are able to understand vulnerability and misconfiguration, policy, compliance, all in one place. You can't do that effectively in different tools, right? Otherwise, you go back to that siloed, myopic vision of security, and that's not what you want.
Any other observations, cloud native? So,
going back to the cloud native conversation, especially around security, right? A couple more interesting points that I noted in our conversations over the last couple of days. That applying policy as code is the number one problem that customers have, and the second problem that customers have, the most important thing, is controlling admission, controlling access to your clusters, right? So what I would encourage everybody to do is take a look at Tenable's TerraScan open source project. It's 100 built for KSPM, for containerized environments. We have an admission controller as part of that project. And with that, you can look at our policy engine, you can apply the policies at container entry time and block that, right? Something that I think everybody needs and should definitely look at.
Absolutely. We're just about done on time as the sun's coming back out, which is a good sign. You know what we didn't tell people? You want to get out on Tenable One, you want to check it out, get started. Where do they go? What's the easiest path on?
I would recommend go to tenable.com. All the information is available on tenable.com. Look up Tenable One. We have a couple different ways to go with Tenable One. Anybody out there that is a Tenable IO customer or a Tenable SC customer, Nessus user, highly recommend that they go check out Tenable Cloud Security, how that ties into Tenable One, how that helps you out, and eventually helps you understand your overall exposure and attack pods. So highly recommend people going to our website and checking that out.
You heard it here.
All right.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Absolute
Thank
pleasure.
you. All right, Tenable One here, talking cloud native vulnerabilities. We're going to take a break. I think we're back on in just 30 seconds with Dan Garfield from CodeFresh.
Awesome.
We'll be back. All right, hey, we're back here on the floor of KubeCon Amsterdam. I guess there must be a break for lunch sessions or something.
Yeah,
there's
it's
a lot
very
of people.
busy. Very busy right now.
Very busy. They're lined up to kick soccer balls. They were lined up for Liz Rice book signing over here. I saw earlier at Ice and Gen. But we have our own little rock star here. It's my friend Dan Garfield. You know, I watched Dan's career path trajectory and I smile. I think the first time I interviewed Dan, maybe was it called DevOps World or Cloud Beast
It might have been
World?
DockerCon.
No, before DockerCon,
even, yeah.
it was like a CloudBees or Jenkins World.
Oh yeah, Jenkins World maybe. Yeah, Jenkins World.
You know, it was your company was
Brand new.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we started, we did the Silicon Valley, like if you ever seen that show, Silicon Valley, we had a house that we rented that was our office. That was our headquarters.
The original Freshworks.
And I remember we were doing deals with like Fortune 500 companies, and we were sitting in our conference room that was just a bedroom with a table in it, you know? And,
that's how these things go, man.
That's how it starts. Yeah,
Absolutely.
We've expanded. Now we're on 4 continents, highly distributed and grown quite a bit. So it's nice to have.
Absolutely. And then Dan, not just Freshworks, but you individually, you had made the move, I guess it was about 2 years ago, to Chief Open Source Officer. Is that
that's right?
Yep. And really a big engine of growth has been the Argo project that you guys started.
Yeah, well,
one of the founders of, anyway.
Yeah, so the original Argo project was started by a team called Applatics, and we knew all those guys when we started CodeFresh, and they had some ideas about where they wanted to go with sort of data pipelines and things. And then as that developed, they ended up getting acquired by Intuit because they didn't have really a commercial model. And at that point, it became a CNCF project. And we became, I think, the first external maintainers on the project, and so, and then we launched a commercial version of Argo CD about 5 months later. So it's been about 2.5 years.
Yeah.
Since that happened, and
seems longer.
It's it's been like a time warp, but so we've helped more people adopt Argo, and more companies than anyone else in the world. I mean, there are people that worked on the original Argo code that haven't seen nearly as many Argo installations as we have.
Excellent, man. So let me just wrap a bow on the Dan Garfield story. Chief Open Source Officer, maintainer of Argo project.
Yeah.
Right? What else is on the resume?
Co-creator of Open GitOps and the GitOps Working Group.
Yep.
And that was a really cool, so that actually came even before Argo. We thought there really should be a standard around how software is delivered. And we were looking at DevOps, we were looking at Agile, and we were thinking, these terms get overloaded like crazy. What if we could get like a consensus happening? So we pulled together a group from Weaveworks, AWS, GitHub, and Azure was the original kind of group that we pulled together. And then we brought together over 150 different contributors from different companies representing interests. And we had 10,000 hours of meetings and discussions and GitHub issues for figuring out and consolidating it down to just 4 principles. So that was very fun. And now, of course, there's GitOpsCon. We have that coming up.
Coming up early May in Vancouver.
Yeah.
I want to say May 8th or 9th. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, right after my birthday. Yeah.
Okay, well, that makes it easy. Happy birthday. Just fantastic stuff. Yeah. So we're here at this KubeCon, though, and this is a crazy 10,000 people. Things are back. Dan, what's news between Argo and GitOps? Well, we got GitOpsCon out there, but between Argo, I know there was was there a Tuesday kind of event?
Yeah, so on Tuesday we did ArgoCon, and this is the first
in person.
Yeah, this is the first ArgoCon Europe. We did an ArgoCon US last year.
Yep.
And I co-chaired this one along with a guy from Acuity, Wojciech, who's great. And we managed to get together a really great crew of people, and they put together a fantastic program.
and it was the largest co-located event at KubeCon, and it was standing room only.
Really? That's
so
fantastic.
most of the sessions were overflowed. It was
That's nice.
great. I was joking that next year it's going to be ArgoCon, and we'll have KubeCon as the colo.
Right. Well,
for that event.
A couple of Kube sessions on the side.
That's right.
I feel honored. I think we produced the first ArgoCon with you, virtual.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Yes, the very first ArgoCon. So actually, this is our third ArgoCon. Only the second in person, but the first one, Techstrong actually stepped up, and you guys did all the AV. You figured out the streaming. You made it work digitally.
Absolutely.
And we had over 5,000 people.
I remember that was like the first sort of one where we said, "Hey, that's really a lot of people.
There's
this
something
Argo
happening
thing
here. They're
this
excited.
Argo thing's real. We should keep an eye on it."
Yes.
And now we launched. Well, Container Journal is now Cloud Native Con, and of course that's where we do a lot of our Argo coverage.
Yep.
And we'll be at. Not
GitOpsCon,
GitOpsCon. I was going to say GitCon. GitOpsCon in Seattle will be streaming live there as well. So Mike Vizard will be hosting that.
Excellent.
Anyway, so we got the GitOps stuff. We got the Argo stuff. Let's talk a little bit about CodeFresh.
Oh yeah. Actually, I was gonna share one or two more things on Argo.
Go ahead.
But so I don't know if you guys have covered too much Salsa. There's a new supply chain security standard. Some of the folks at ChainGuard worked a lot on this. I think you're aware of it. And we just announced, this was a lot of work from ChainGuard folks that came and volunteered in the Argo project. But we just announced yesterday that Argo I think it's the first project in the CNCF to be Salsa 3 compliant. So we're signing all our artifacts. We have all the different standards in our build processes, which was a big project. And some of the folks at ChainGuard really did the heavy lifting, which was phenomenal. So that was excellent news. We're doing an Argo end user survey right now. So if you're an Argo user, go to the Twitter page and fill out the survey. We want feedback. We want to figure out where we should be investing in the project and what people are excited about. So there's a lot happening there that's exciting. GitOpsCon, and then to come back to CodeFresh, since you were asking me about CodeFresh. So I think that it's been really remarkable over this last year. When we first launched our enterprise offering on Argo CD, and that was 2.5 years ago, almost 3 years ago, we would show it to people and they would be like, well, that sounds really cool, but like, I'm not hitting any of the problems yet that you're solving because it was so early. And now over the last year, when we show people, hey, you can manage all your instances in a single interface and view all your applications, suddenly their eyes light up because they have that problem. When we're able to show them traceability from not just your GitOps repo, but also what's happening in the application repos that's affecting the deployments right now, suddenly they're like, oh my gosh, I've been trying to figure out how to build this. And even this conference, the reaction that people have is visceral. I literally had yesterday like jaws dropping on people, which is...
That's good.
Love to have that.
Shoot for, man.
Yeah. So the company's doing well. We've got a lot of great customers, and the interest and excitement around not only what we're doing with Argo and GitOps, but also even our CI/CD, because we have the whole platform, and that side has been growing in a kind of a surprising way that I hadn't expected this year. So big changes and big things happening, which is exciting.
We do a lot of interviews like this, even via Zoom, and then we do longer form videos, right? Like I call them TV shows, but they're video shows. One of the ones we do is a monthly show with the CDF, called CD Pipeline. And I've often wondered why. We got to get you on that show, Dan.
Sounds great.
I got to talk. Lori Lewis.
Alan, if you're doing it, I'm there. Whatever you need.
I'm going to hold you to it.
You got it.
All right. Dan, for people out there who said, this all sounds great, I want to find out more about CodeFresh. Where do they go?
Codefresh.io is, this one. Codefresh.io is the place to go. And beyond that, we also have some amazing training and certification materials for GitOps and Argo CD. That's at learning.codefresh.io. And if you're watching this, here's a free coupon code, KubeConEU, all one word, squished together, all caps. There's a limited number, so rush out and claim it right now, and you can get free certification, and we'll teach you how to do Argo CD, how to organize your repos, how to do progressive delivery, all of that stuff.
Hey man, It's a pleasure to see you here in Amsterdam.
Pleasure to see you.
Dan Garfield, Chief Open Source Officer at CodeFresh, Argo maintainer, GitOps co-creator, just nice guy. We're going to take a break here. We're going to be back in like a minute with our next guest from TEDtrade.
Yeah. Thank you, Alan.
Hey everyone, we're back here live in KubeCon Amsterdam. My next guest is Zach Butcher from TEDtrade. Zach, welcome.
Hey,
how are you, man?
I'm doing really well.
So Zach, share with the audience, give us a little bit of your background here.
Yeah, so I was one of the original engineers on the Istio project at Google. Before then, I worked on a whole bunch of different stuff in Google Cloud. If you ever made a project in Google Cloud, that was my baby for quite a while. And then I moved over to start to work on Istio. And there, the project caught fire when we released it in 2017. And I worked very closely with the original product manager there to go meet with a bunch of users and try and get Istio, the initial Istio adoption, right?
Yep.
And out of that, we heard a bunch of really compelling case studies and a bunch of compelling use cases that prompted us to go and start Tetrate to try and bring, the goodness that Istio does up to enterprise, right?
Sure.
Because there's a big delta between, an open source project and what you need to be successful in a heavily regulated enterprise,
and that's usually the spot where a commercial entity comes in and fills the gap.
Correct.
So, we've been hearing about Service Mesh, and Istio is probably the leading one. Man, before COVID, going back to San Diego and Seattle before that.
Yeah.
But it seems like at this show, Service Mesh has hit a maturity level that I think makes it more critical mass acceptable.
100%. That's been exactly my impression here on the floor as well. It's super exciting for me because it's, I started working on Istio in the middle of 2016.
Really?
So it's been a minute.
Yeah,
and
it
so
has.
This really has been the first KubeCon where I go around and almost everybody I'm talking with goes, yeah, we've been messing with Istio, we have it already, we're using Envoy, and so it's been incredibly exciting to see.
Very good, and congratulations. Let's talk a little bit about Tetrate though, right? So I'm assuming it's a commercial enterprise grade Istio product, but what makes it different than the open source? What makes it enterprise grade?
Yeah. So the analogy I like to explain, again, I work for Google Cloud, so I built a bunch of these management planes. If you think about what AWS Console is to the AWS services, that is what we are to Istio. By that I mean, user login, user management, permissioning, who can do what, where with the system, the feedback, the metrics, a global view of what's happening in the system, all that stuff to really operationalize a service mesh in an enterprise so that app devs can go and push config and roll out apps as fast as they can. The platform team can make sure that there's a consistent baseline of networking behavior, of resiliency, and of security there for them. And really bring it in a way that enables the multi-tenancy that we see large enterprises doing and helps bridge the heterogeneous environments that they're in. Right, we regularly work with folks that are in Azure and Google and on-prem, and they're in OpenShift and K3S and everything under the sun. And we come in and help give them a single coherent place to control application security, traffic, and observability across all of that.
I love it. That's great. I want to jump to some new stuff, but before we do, people who want to get more information on Tetrate, where do they go? Tetrate, where do they go?
Yeah, go to tetrate.io is the best place to go. You can find us on all the social media as well under the Tetrate or Tetrate.io handle. But go check that out, and that's where we are.
Fantastic. So now let's take a right turn.
Yeah.
You do some work with NIST.
Correct. Yeah, that's one of the other big hats that I wear. So in addition to working here at Tetrate, along with Tetrate, I go work with the Secure Computing and Information Systems group at NIST. And I help write a bunch of special publications there. Historically, I've been writing what's called the SP 800-204 series. That's the set of guidelines for the US federal government for secure microservices and multi-cloud. But what we're super excited about, and I didn't even know what was happening today, but I found out about 3 a.m. this morning, Amsterdam time. The next SP that I've been collaborating with NIST on, 207A, which is the next installment in Zero Trust. So Zero Trust is the big thing in vogue. NIST SP 800-207 defines Zero Trust. We have just released for public comment SP 800-207A. And so this is that next installment in the Zero Trust series. And really my goal with this was to try and make it concrete. I'm tired of, there's a bunch of vendor FUD around what is zero trust or not. There's a lot of wishy-washy stuff. I tried to really make it very clear, and I gave 5 runtime checks. And we argue that if you do these 5 runtime checks at minimum, then you are implementing a zero trust runtime. And those 5
ambitious.
are...
I'm going to have to go check this out now.
Yeah, please.
Of course, zero trust was the term at the RSA conference last year.
Correct.
I expect it'll be pretty heavy this year as well.
Only more.
Yep. So, so NIST has put this out. It kind of has the blessing of this whole White House push for zero trust and better
it'll be part of that.
cybersecurity.
Yeah. So the existing White House push for cybersecurity predates this one, but we do expect it's pretty likely that this one will be rolled into the next set of White House guidance that'll come out shortly.
Excellent. Where can people get information on that, man?
Yeah, so the easiest way is to go to nist.gov. Probably the simplest way is just if you Google NIST SP 800-207A, search for that wherever you like to do search, you'll be able to find it on the nist.gov website there. And please, my call to action would be give us feedback. It's the current open review period, and so now is the time to give your input on that standard and tell us where we got it wrong, tell us where we got it right, tell us how to make it better so that it can help as broad a swath of the industry as possible.
Hey, Zach, there are folks watching this out there right now, engineers who say, I'd like to work with NIST and some of these organizations to do what Zach's doing.
Yeah.
What advice would you give them?
Yeah, start to get involved in some of the working groups and things like that. So NIST holds a variety of different ways to kind of start to comment and get involved. One of those is something like research groups. So for example, we currently have a research group that is running on zero trust and multi-cloud, and specifically focusing on identity and multi-cloud. And I help lead that group there, and we've been meeting weekly for quite a while now with representatives from different cloud providers, representatives from different end users, talking about the problems that they have around multi-cloud and security. The outcome of that then is research that we use to form the next set of standards. And so for folks that want to get involved in NIST, start with those groups, and that gives you that input in. And then often the people that write those SPs are folks that are in that groups that do those research.
I get it. I love it, man. Hey, last topic I'm going to bring up with you. So we're 2 days in here. We're 2 days into KubeCon. 3 for some of us who were here early.
Yep, same.
Istio, service mesh is real. Any other kind of observations you want to share with the audience?
No, my biggest one is, I personally have been really, really energized and excited about this KubeCon. I don't know how you felt about the last couple ones, but it felt kind of like VendorCon for a while there, right?
Well, the one in LA was for sure. That was.
And I don't know about you, but for me at least, the energy feels like the old school
we're
KubeCons.
back.
Like I feel like we're back, and for me that's super exciting because that's what it's all about. I don't want to hear a bunch of vendors talking about their stuff, even if it's cool. Sorry, I'm a vendor talking about my stuff.
Yep.
I want to hear users. I want to hear people that are in the trenches doing this stuff and how they're doing it,
and
right?
Getting that feedback, and that's what makes it important.
Exactly, and I feel like we're finally back in that.
I hope it stays there. I'm going to be at RSA next week. I'm hoping to see a similar thing there, man.
Sure.
Zach, thank you for coming on today,
man.
I think we hit it all. I appreciate it. Go check out. It's tetrate.io.
Yep. Tetrate.io.
You got it. If you misspelled it, imagine what I would do.
I know, right?
All right, we're taking a break. We're live as they're playing some announcements here. We're going to be back. We're live in KubeCon. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to KubeCon plus Cloud Native Con Europe, and we're here with Ram Iyengar from the Cloud Foundry Foundation talking about developer experience and developer productivity. Ram, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for having me, Mike.
You guys had some updates to the core Cloud Foundry PaaS environment that runs on Kubernetes. Why don't you walk us through what you guys are up to and where we are on this journey?
Sure. So the name of the tool is Corifi, and Cloud Foundry on Kubernetes is branded as Cloud Foundry Corifi. It's a fully open source project. We just launched our V070. It has a bunch of things for different personas. For example, if you're coming in from like the existing Cloud Foundry world, it's your best path towards becoming cloud native. There's also some integrations that we've built with Kubernetes over the years, but the current version is the one that runs best on like a local machine, provides full parity in terms of the CF on VMs and what you can get on Kubernetes.
You guys have been at this for a while now, and there was a time there where PaaS was the coolest thing in the world, and then it went to being viewed as something like a four-letter word.
Yep.
And now it seems like the pendulum is swinging back the other way again, and we're kind of focusing in on developer productivity. So what's your sense of what's going on here?
Well, I kind of think that's the way of the world, and we gotta live with it. But then the kind of adoption and the kind of complexity that the cloud native world and Kubernetes in general has been running into has required that a PaaS come along and simplify things for at least some of the folks out there. Like, not everybody wants to cobble together a platform on their own. And so the market is becoming a little more receptive to the concept of a PaaS once again for Kubernetes and for managing cloud infrastructure in general. And there's also people who are continuing to run VM-based workloads, and they're also moving to like cloud native workloads. And so you want a PaaS that's slightly more complete in terms of being able to handle both kinds of workloads, what I like to call the cloud naive and the cloud native ones. And so Cloud Foundry, because it's been at it for like 10 years now, which is like a million years in software. It's very well positioned for this convergence in terms of both VM-based workloads and Kubernetes workloads.
Because microservices don't run in isolation by themselves, and there is this thing called a monolithic application that's been around for 4 or 5 decades now that's not going away. Is that your point?
Well, we could go a little further and say mainframes are still around, right? So, but it's not quite like that. So if you look at some of the trends that are in vogue right now, so there's a project called KubeVirt. That's a CNCF project, and that is essentially aimed at converging cloud native Kubernetes based workloads along with some VM based workloads that people might have. And so it's a more pragmatic view of things, as opposed to saying, oh, I will not do VM based workloads anymore because I've moved to cloud native. I mean, applications and necessities come out of what the technology demands, as opposed to just what your marketing department thinks is right.
So the history of software development is riddled with statements that said, well, it worked fine on my laptop.
Yeah.
Right now, though, I mean, back in the day, it took like 40 plus VMs just to fire up the PaaS.
Yep.
Now we're on Kubernetes, and we're seeing instances of Cloud Foundry running on notebooks?
Yes.
So how is that changing the developer experience?
I think that has been a very key milestone for the community. So ever since its inception, a big complaint in the Cloud Foundry community has been, hey, I'm not able to run this on my laptop, do some local dev, try it out with my sample apps. And that has been a bit of a difficulty in leading the groundswell in terms of developers adopting this and then management accepting this and things like that. So it's changing that sort of top-down adoption paradigm of Cloud Foundry, and it's making it a more developer-led adoption, which we're very happy about and we're very optimistic about. So yes, Corifi can run on your laptop. Yes, the best place to try it out is a kind cluster with very little sort of resource usage. we're in the process of experimenting this with like a K3s and things like that. So maybe what's to come is, even Cloud Foundry on the edge might not be very far.
Early on, everybody was saying, hey, you know what? You guys are going to get left behind because somebody's going to come out with a great development experience, and I've been hearing that for 3 years.
Yes.
I've yet to actually see this great development experience. So, it seems like we're still at square one.
Yes and kind of no, because the developer experience is being put together. It's the cloud native world has not been very slow moving or stagnating even in the little bit, right? And the whole cloud native landscape, which has, I can't count the number of projects on that anymore, and the whole cloud native landscape has been about allowing more and more projects to emerge that solve one problem at a time and solve it well. And so there's a lot of ways you can get that developer experience that you're talking about, but there hasn't been like a single one way to do that. And so it's in bits and pieces. You can see like the K-Pack project making strides. You can see the BuildPacks projects taking over. You can see other projects like Contour and Envoy and so many things taking over, but you can piece it together now if you know the landscape well enough. But I think it's ripe for that one platform to emerge where they really nail down the general purpose developer experience quickly.
So what's next for you guys? You're on 0.7 of the current Kubernetes platform. When 1.0 is coming when? And because everybody seems to always obsess about the 1.0.
They do. So hopefully before Chicago, but this shouldn't be like a conference-driven development cycle, but the community is optimistic about getting this out within the year. There's a few key pieces that we want to build out in terms of services, in terms of like better support for existing container workflows and things like that. And once we have those small pieces nailed down, I think we're ready for a 1.0 soon.
All right, guys, you heard it here. There's a brand new app dev king in town. It kind of looks like the old king, but here we go again. Ram, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks so much, Mike. It was a pleasure.
All right, great. And we'll be back in a minute. Hello and welcome back to KubeCon Cloud Native Con at Europe. Let me try that once again, folks. Hello and welcome back to KubeCon plus Cloud Native Con Europe. We're here with Xander Zervinsky from Microsoft talking about the latest update to Kubernetes. Xander, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So walk us through some of the highlights. I mean, it seems like we're now on a pace for updates 3 times a year. It seems where we're going. What's left to be done? I mean, you're on 1.27, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think I've heard a lot of people call this one like the first big boring release for Kubernetes, which in a sense is reassuring, right? Because like it's reached a certain level of feature stability, but there's still some things happening here and there. I think the one that I'm particularly excited about, we just reached alpha this time around, which is the in-place vertical pod auto-scaling. I think a lot of folks are excited about that, and I know there's a lot of chatter around the sidecar functionality too, and the other one that I think on the storage side that I see a lot of people interested in is the read-write once access mode, so restricting a storage volume so only one pod at a time can interact with it. Those are some of the top line stuff.
It almost sounds like we're getting a lot more capability to kind of automate things within the platform, and is that part of the whole effort to make it simpler?
Yeah, I think it's that, and there's the recognition that, I think the Crossplane project has kind of embraced this. The recognition that Kubernetes really can be more than just a container orchestrator and like really taking advantage of the way that the control plane operates and kind of treating it more like a full-fledged declarative resource management model. And I think some of the new functionality that we see is embracing that in a sense.
On the storage side, are we starting to see more stateful applications? Early on, there was this passionate debate about stateless only, and you should only store data outside the cluster, and now it seems like, hey, we're going to run a database on the cluster, so we're seeing more of that.
Yeah, I think the functionality has come a long way. SIG storage is definitely one of the most active bodies in the project submitting new features when we're doing these releases. I do think the debate is just as spirited as it ever was, but the functionality really has come a long way.
Do you think that Kubernetes is becoming more accessible to mere mortals? It used to be, I have to be something of a software engineer to run this, but it feels like as it moves into the enterprise that your traditional IT administrator can now manage this in some reasonable fashion.
I hope so, is the answer to that one, and it is hard to be objective about it in a sense because I've been involved with the project for so long now that all the primitives I'm used to it, so it's kind of hard to take that like objective view on how easy it is to get started. I hope it's getting better, and I think in the ways that it is, a lot of it is owed to the fantastic ecosystem developed by like a lot of companies that are here, building abstractions on top of Kubernetes to make it as easy as possible to get started.
So what is the community looking forward to next? What are you guys thinking about, or what's being kicked around?
I think, so on the release side specifically, we've really been pushing forward on a lot of the newer supply chain security stuff. And I operate more on the process side of release, so I can't go into extensive detail, but the RELEng team has been really pushing forward on getting all of our images signed and verified and making sure that we are on the bleeding edge of supply chain security practices for how we release Kubernetes.
One of the questions that at least I hear from folks is there was a nice separation between Kubernetes and the control plane and allowed a lot of people to add value. But now there's so many people adding value that people are saying, is there a need for some lower standard for management layer that's common to all these things versus having 7 or 8 different consoles all using different primitives entirely? So is that something that, where's that line of where the platform should begin and end in your mind, or has that changed in any way?
Yeah, I think, I guess I don't know if I can answer that definitively. I think I do see a lot of people kind of taking advantage of that kind of control plane layer as they build out more operators and things like that. And that, to me, that does seem to be kind of the base layer now, is like that API server and like I mentioned before, declarative resource management model. And yeah, I guess I don't have a fantastic answer to that one.
We will watch this space and see what happens.
Yeah.
What's your best advice to folks? What have you seen people do well when they first get into Kubernetes, and then as they go down the journey and they start deploying fleets of clusters? What's working for people, and is it just kind of experimentation and trial and error, or is there a pattern to the madness?
There's a little bit of that. I think one of the things that I for sure see is as people grow their platforms, things like policy and security and just raw resource management often take a backseat in the early days, and it's something to be considered further down the line. But it ends up being a huge burden for people to kind of step back and address that later on when you've already got a large number of workloads running on the clusters. So I think as far as advice goes, it would be, consider things like policy, security, and just general resource management from day one to ensure that as you scale, that's going to stay sustainable.
Originally, the mindset was that everybody would stay relatively current because they were going to be using DevOps workflows, and yet I talked to people, and some of them are still using version 1.2, 1.9, whatever they got going. What's been the challenge in kind of getting people to stay current on Kubernetes as they go forward? Seems like bad habits don't want to die.
Yeah, it does always end up being breaking API changes and things like that. And I know there's been a lot of buzz at this event around long-term support in Kubernetes, kind of extending that support window. I do also think the other side of that is we will see some effort put into making the upgrade process easier going forward, because I know releasing 3 times a year, it becomes untenable for a lot of people, including some platforms that I've worked on in the past. And yeah, I think not a great answer yet today, but I hope that in the future we can get to a place where that is addressed and it becomes a lot easier to get those upgrades done.
How many release cycles are you guys working on at the same time? It seems like there's already a group working on the next one, and I think probably a planning group for the one after that. So it seems like you're working a year out?
It moves pretty quickly. I think the window that we have between when a release ends and when a new one starts, probably a single-digit number of days at this point. And so when we were wrapping up 127, I'd say we started putting in nominations and getting the team together for 128 probably about 2 to 3 weeks before we wrapped up 127. And so they had a little bit of a buffer time to start organizing, and then I expect they'll kick off full steam ahead in the next couple weeks here. And yeah, it rolls pretty quick at this point.
And it's not uncommon for something to move from 127 to 128 to 129, depending on who votes for it and how everybody feels it's ready.
Yeah, we pretty regularly see features roll from one release to the next. Sometimes a feature will stay in alpha or beta for multiple releases at a time. Sometimes they intend to be included, going from alpha to beta in a release, and that gets delayed for one reason or another. Things aren't really finalized until the enhancements freeze deadline, which occurs 3 to 4 weeks into a release cycle.
So if folks wanted to get involved and kind of contribute to this project, where can they engage? Because I think a lot of them, sometimes they're intimidated. They feel like Kubernetes is it's a small elite group of rocket scientists building software. So, do you need more folks to help out? And if so, how?
We always need more folks to help out. And I think, before I got involved with the project, I myself was super intimidated by it. I've been an engineer in the past, but I'm a PM today. I don't really write code anymore. And so I think the one thing that I always try to communicate to people is, regardless of how technical you consider yourself, there is room in the project for contribution from people of all different backgrounds and skill sets. So on the release side, the release team has a structured shadow program that we run to bring in new contributors. And then on the release engineering side, which is where we could really use some help at this point, we're always looking for new folks to step up and try to provide what help we can there. The best way really is to just get on the mailing lists for the various SIGs and start showing up to the meetings. And I think one good thing the community has going for it is that folks are really welcoming, and we'll take the time to help new contributors get started.
All right, folks, you heard it here. They're looking for volunteers, and I know you're out there, so all you got to do is follow the directions. Xander, thanks for being on the show.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Ingbot, we'll be back in a minute. Hello, and we're back at KubeCon plus Cloud Native Con Europe, and we're here with Jonathan Simons, and we're talking about storage in Kubernetes. Jonathan's with MinIO, and they are kind of the experts in the space. So Jonathan, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. We were there with you guys last year in Valencia, and we're excited to be back.
The debate around stateful versus stateless applications in Kubernetes continues at this show. I'm still hearing people talk about it.
Yeah.
So what is your sense of how mature is it for running stateful applications on Kubernetes these days? Because there's no shortage of opinions on both sides of the aisle.
Yeah. So listen, the way we see it is that as we mature, the ability to run stateful applications is there. One of the things that we introduced in the past year is DirectPV, which allows, it's a CSI driver that allows you to connect directly to the disks, and that allows you to run stateful applications inside the container, storage being one of those. The thing with Kubernetes that I think is, everybody understands, but it's hard to basically engineer it into, is the more you put into the container, the more valuable the orchestration can become. And so by having more things in that container, such as storage, you have more flexibility, you have more resiliency, and you have more basically optionality. And so that's one of the things that we think is important.
We see folks who have small containers, and we see people who have really large containers. Kind of reminds me of the early days of VMs when we had monster VMs. Is there a best practice or a thought process on how those things should be structured?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I would say that there is very much of a workload, looking at what your workload is and the attributes of that workload and how dynamic that workload is, and what the data requirements are going to define that for you. If your data sets are very large, you're doing AI, ML training, it may be that you need to have a larger container, right? You want to have more things in there. So it's going to vary. We don't have any solid guidance to say you should always be doing this or you shouldn't be above this size. We kind of take more of a workload-centric approach when we talk to our customers.
Now, as I understand it, you guys wrote your own CSI driver.
Yeah.
What was the reasoning behind that?
So the primary reasoning was that we wanted to get at the performance capabilities, right? So when you are going through other hops or other layers, you don't get the full performance. And so given that MinIO is a high-performance object store to start with, and we focus on those high-performance, high-value use cases, we needed a CSI driver such as DirectPV that allowed us to get directly to the underlying disk. Now, VMware gave us this when we did the OpenShift implementation, and so we basically saw the power of that, of being able to get directly to the disks for the best performance, and so that's why we wrote DirectPV. Prior to that, we were a big supporter of COSI, so the Container Object Storage Interface, and we had a number of people working on that initiative as well, but it just didn't really kind of catch on with the community. So we decided that, like we do with a lot of things at MinIO, we would just give our customers what they really wanted, which is direct access to the disks.
Who is managing storage in Kubernetes environments these days? Historically, we've had storage admins, but when you look at Kubernetes environments, it's much more converged or hyper-converged, depending on whatever buzzword you want to use.
Yeah.
So has that function become something of the compute and the storage all being unified in terms of management, or is there still somebody who is, king storage?
So what we're seeing is that there's been such a change in how storage and who takes care of storage and who provisions storage. It's really more developer driven than it's ever been in the past. So the traditional IT storage admin has not made that leap to Kubernetes yet. The complexity of Kubernetes coupled with just how modern the overall stack is has really changed things. So developers, architects are really driving a lot of those storage decisions these days, particularly around, as it is Kubernetes storage. And so that is a change, right? That's a change in terms of the balance of power. It's in change in terms of how you go about looking at security across these applications. And so it is a shift. And we think that over time, IT is going to come more up to speed and become more adept at managing these things. But today, just given kind of where the stack is, it really is more the developers that are driving a lot of those decisions.
How much are we seeing Kubernetes in an on-premises environment? Because the noise is all around the cloud, but a lot of customers I talk to are still like, we got data that can't be going anywhere other than our data center. So how much are we seeing Kubernetes in these on-premises environments?
So we have a pretty strong position here, which is that the cloud is an operating model. It's not a place, right? When you say cloud, that does not mean AWS, GCP, or Azure. MinIO runs in all of those. We're agnostic to this. You'll find us in the marketplaces. We have 2.5 million IPs running today in those, and so we run on AKS, GKS, and so forth. What we see on-prem is that same model, and we're seeing more and more companies adopt that cloud operating model on-prem, particularly as they mature and understand the parameters of their workloads, right? So you go to the cloud to optimize for developer agility, for flexibility, for speed, for provisioning of hardware. Once you understand that, you start to think about what's the next level optimization. Well, obviously the next level optimization for you is going to be around cost, and it may be around some other things. And so that's when you know how this works, you know how you've deployed it in the cloud. Bringing it back isn't hard. It's the same, basically, principles that you would use on-prem as that you would use in the cloud. So we see Kubernetes on-prem as much as we see it in the cloud. And we've always rolled out this stat, but I think it's really telling. Basically, containerization dominates the MinIO workloads. 64% of all of our workloads that we see are containerized, and 46% of those are orchestrated using Kubernetes. So that's the default deployment model for MinIO, and that doesn't matter if it's in the cloud or on-prem.
Do you think we'll get to the promise of hybrid cloud computing? We've been talking about multiple clouds for a while, but when you run into hybrid cloud, suddenly the compute's somewhere else and the data's somewhere else, and you're trying to access that, and it doesn't always work out so well. Because in the old days, we both have some gray hair, you wanted to bring the compute to the data, and I think we're going back to that. I think we spent 10 years of pushing data away from compute, but are we coming back around?
So I'm going to say no. I think that our position is that what we see now in terms of kind of this next generation, and listen, let's be clear, HDFS, we're talking about bringing data to the compute, the entire industry owes a huge debt of gratitude to that. But that doesn't work anymore from a capacity utilization perspective, just because you have so much storage and you have so little compute that the balance doesn't work economically, and the complexity doesn't work economically either. What I think you do see And when you talk about hybrid cloud, I think there's a definitional piece that we should probably address a little bit as well. Hybrid cloud would suggest that you have one private cloud and one public cloud. Well, the reality for large enterprises is they have multiple private clouds and multiple public clouds. And so, we think about that in terms of this concept of multi-cloud. And so, MinIO is built for that specific use case. You can run MinIO in both of those locations seamlessly. And again, you'll find us in the marketplaces in all the public clouds, plus, obviously our credentials on the private cloud. So that shouldn't matter, right? And the principles of cloud native architectures shouldn't matter. So you should be able to run all those things everywhere. Now, to your second point around, moving data and so forth, one of the things that I think has been most interesting this year and over the last 12 months is that you're seeing more and more what we would call traditional database players create the ability for you to query data on external tables, right? So it doesn't have to be there. So you look at Snowflake's external tables. You don't have to move the data into Snowflake in order to query it. You can query it externally. SQL Server 2022 made object storage a first-class citizen. Again, your ability to query data where it sits. And again, the point there is that those database companies see themselves more and more as high-speed query processors at large scale, rather than they do of, I'm a query processor and a data management platform, because the data management problem has become so acute that they need to focus on the thing that's most competitive and their clients care most about, which is high-speed query processing. And effectively, they're outsourcing a lot of that storage capability to high-speed, performance-optimized object stores.
So what's that one thing you see organizations doing that, makes you shake your head a little bit, or, what's that newbie mistake, or sometimes known as the idiot tax, that you could share with some folks to help them avoid it?
Well, that's a fair question. So in terms of things that we see is that we generally see customers think about where they're going to go and architect for what they think they can see over the next 12 months. But the time frame is so much bigger than that when you're dealing with data. And so architecting for the ability to decommission, architecting for the ability to expand over time in a heterogeneous way, architecting for scale in ways that you just don't envision today is the mistake that we see really most frequently. And we try to guide clients to think much bigger than what they are today, because invariably when you plan small, you have a tendency to kind of grow into different problems that you wouldn't otherwise experience. Just think about this over the last really 9 months since ChatGPT came out. And the acceleration of acceleration is at a level that I don't think, certainly I've never ever seen before. I would probably assume that you share that sentiment. And that's not going to diminish. I think that we're in an ever accelerating mode right now. And it's scary from a technology perspective, but the amount of data that's going to come out of these types of large language models, the requirements that are going to come out of training on private data inside of these companies, is going to be such that they want to access everything. They don't want to access small slivers of that. They want to access everything in the portfolio. And I think that's, when you talk about planning for scale, if that's not a big, giant red light on your desk that's flashing for you, I don't know what is.
All right, folks, they say data's the new oil, but if we don't have any refineries, we're kind of missing the point. Jonathan, thanks for being on the show.
You bet, thank you.
All right, and we'll be back in a minute.
Hi everyone, it's Alan Schimmel and we're back here at Cloud Native Con, right? Also known as KubeCon. We're with 10,000 people. We're in Amsterdam. Mike Vizard and I have been interviewing people all day. Let me introduce you to our next guest. His name is, and I'm going to do my best on this, but my French is weak. His name is Cédric Jugot.
Cédric Jégou.
Cédric Jugot.
Yeah, perfect.
No one's ever going to confuse me for a French waiter, but hey, we do the best we can. Cédric, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Thank you very much.
As important as Cédric's name is, I should also mention, Cédric is with Canonical, who are of course the people behind Ubuntu. Still, you know, one of the most popular Linux distributions in the world, has been for 20 years, 25 years?
18 years.
18 years,
yeah.
About 20 years.
Mark founded Ubuntu 18 years ago, indeed. Yeah.
Crazy. I was around then, but anyway, so you may ask, what is Canonical and Ubuntu doing at Cloud Native, right? What is the connection? What brings you here? Well, first of all, I happen to know Canonical's been involved in the CNCF for a very, very long time,
sure.
Probably since the beginning. It is a Linux foundation. But specifically this year here in Amsterdam, you guys have two big announcements that were made at the show. So, Jink, if you don't mind, why don't you share with our audience a little bit about them?
Sure, yeah. So basically, here we are here in KubeCon because actually we really want to promote the fact that Kubernetes should be easy for everyone. So it should be what we call zero ops. One of the key products that we're promoting is MicroK8. And MicroK8 is actually easy to deploy, easy to maintain, easy to upgrade, to enhance with add-ons. Version of Kubernetes that can address multiple use cases. In one command line, you can install a Kubernetes cluster. In two command line, you have HA, you have service mesh, you can connect to it. You don't have to be knowledgeable about Kubernetes. You don't have to know how to configure it, but you want to use it and you want to really develop cloud native applications. MicroK8 is a tool for you, right? But you don't want also to have just something which is for development purposes. You want a unified experience, an Ubuntu experience from development, DevOps to production at scale. MicroK8 is really the tool for that, right? Because it can run at scale in production, and I'm sure we will speak about the use case of Edge Cloud, but this is actually a very hot topic those days.
So, Edge is certainly a hot topic, but you know, when we start thinking about zero ops, or we start talking about zero ops, so I started DevOps.com 9 years ago, 10 years ago now. Actually, yes, 10 years ago. Wow, 10 years ago. So it was ops, then it was DevOps. Then we started hearing about no ops. And then there was sort of new ops. None of them have really, it seems like the names change, but the mission stays the same, right?
Right, I think there is a change here. I think there is an acknowledgement that DevOps before was perceived like platform engineering, right? It's like, okay, we need to build a lot of things, orchestrating a lot of components, and then we need complex tools to configure all those components. Actually now people realize that no, they need to have, yes, orchestration of the pipeline, but they need to have easy appliance to deploy, right? Even in the DevOps use case, you want to create your Kubernetes instance, do all the tests that you have to do, and then to remove it because you don't want to use resource if you don't have demand about it, right? So this use case is very, important for us to address, and that's why we have MicroK8. Because you can actually, as a DevOps engineer, create your Kubernetes instance, do all the integration tests that you want to do. Maybe you want to offload to public cloud, and that's why we created MicroK8 on AWS. So you have an AWS appliance. In one click, you create a Kubernetes instance, you play with it. When you are done, you decommission the pipeline, right? So this kind of use case where indeed you don't have to actually configure everything in terms of Kubernetes, but what you are looking for is a unified experience. and something really to launch, this is where DevOps is going, right? So then the complexity, DevOps is really about, again, orchestrating the pipeline, but each component that you are running needs to be in a way well packaged, with a, let's call it a zero ops envelope around it, right?
I love it.
There is one point which is important, is you don't compromise about security as well, right? Security should be part of the equation, and for us it's very important. It's part of the Ubuntu Pro experience, where you will have all the things that I mentioned, but it will be continuously patched, it will be continuously updated, with fixing critical severity. Because security was behind us in a way, right? Everybody now wants to have something fully
I agree with you. Security, so I've been in security for 25 years. And you're absolutely right. Security was always at the back of the bus, right? It was bolted on after. And now in the last year, 2 years, excuse me, security has become front and center in everything, not just OS, but across. But here, I don't know what that noise is. I don't know if it's coming out. But here is the crux. Here's the problem. We've had the ability to patch and to remediate OS and applications for years. Getting people to automate, to just say, okay, hey, for instance, on our phone, no one thinks twice. The phone updates it, no one says anything.
Yep.
When we go to update instances in the cloud or a server with mission critical stuff running, I don't want you to update it so quick, because they've almost, and this used to upset me, people were more upset about if the security patch broke something down the road, down the line, than they were about having an insecure,
Sure.
thing.
Stable environment, yeah. But yes, I fully agree with you, and that's why we are promoting the technology such as Snap, right? Because first, when we do an upgrade, with the Ubuntu Live patch, okay, first we update with snaps, we update the applications, right? If there is something wrong, for instance, you can still roll back. So it's a very safe way to patch it, right? And the technology such as Snap is very useful for those use cases, but also in the IoT use cases where actually it's not a server here, but it's a device. But this device should not have any downtime, right? So you want to update, you download the new apps, and then you, like a firmware update, when it's ready, you update, and then you reboot just the device, right? So the downtime is limited to very, very few seconds, right? So this is a kind of use case where we are working on, and this is the technology that we have built so far in order to make it happen.
And that'll probably take us into an edge discussion too, as you start talking about these IoT.
Yeah, we move, as you see, I'm moving to the
I see what you're doing there.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Because what is edge cloud at the end of the day is just, putting all the IoT space in a cabinet, a rack, which is close to the antenna, right? Mm-hmm. So in the edge cloud use cases, what you really are looking for is zero ops, because the field engineer, what he will do, he will install the cabinet, switch on the machine, and do something else. And you will have thousands of edge cloud like this, right? And we are working on scenarios where you will have 20,000 edge cloud for telco in a country like France, for instance, right? So in this case, you want really zero ops for each of the edge clouds that you have deployed, okay? All the edge clouds are connected to the NOC, the Network Operating Center, and are monitored, right? But if something is going wrong, you reboot it, or you update, you roll back to the previous version, etc., etc. Right? So all the technology we just discussed needs to be there, right? So now we see exactly this use case, which is feasible with microcades, with zero ops, with things also that we are doing already for 1 year, which is micro cloud. So if you watch out on the micro cloud, because we will have some announcement for the next KubeCon, for instance. And this is, we are working with some partners and some customers on those use cases, and we believe that we have the right technology and the right support from the open source communities to make it happen.
Excellent. I wanted to come back to the security offering you mentioned was in Ubuntu Pro. And it's great. I think, all kidding and talking aside, it's important. Security is job one for all of us. But if we agree it's so important, will we see this kind of filter down to the free Ubuntu's and not the Pro versions?
So we don't have different versions. When you have Ubuntu Pro, it's a subscription.
Right.
So either you are an individual and you want to have Ubuntu Pro, you subscribe to it, but it's free for you because you have only one machine. For small businesses, that's the same. You are actually, when you are deploying more at scale, then yes, you need to actually have support from us, which requires to pay for the subscription.
Right.
But we want to be sure that the economics are actually very meaningful for the people that want to keep their environment secure. Because at the end of the day, our mission is to amplify the usage of open source, right? This is what we are trying to do. And for that, you need to have a secure, stable environment, right? So
let me just get this straight up. For individual users who may be running Ubuntu on their laptop or maybe a server, a workstation, or for small businesses under 10 or whatever the number is, they get the Ubuntu Pro.
I mean, all the detail of the pricing is on ubuntu.com/pro pricing.
Okay. So you
and
go
then
there and check
is
it out.
all the description, which is aligned with basically what I just described, right? So
Because as important as it is for enterprises, it's just as important. If you're a small business, those couple of servers or machines you have are really important to you as well, right?
yeah, and if you are a developer, you want to have again the same experience, but you don't want to compromise on
Exactly.
security. So why you have one machine? Why you want to pay only for that, right?
Yeah.
But if you want to go to production in its real business that you are running, you need to be, you need to have a secure communication and support from Canonical, right?
Excellent. Sajid, I want to thank you for coming in.
Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure.
Did we give the URL for Ubuntu? Is it ubuntu.com?
Ubuntu.com, yeah, ubuntu.com and canonical.com.
I was just going to say that Canonical has a big business besides Ubuntu as well.
We are the company behind Ubuntu, but we're promoting obviously all the Ubuntu community, and all our fans are here, and it's a pleasure to meet all our fans here.
10,000 people. All right, hey, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in a minute here live from Amsterdam. This is Alan Schimmel for Techstrong TV. Hey everyone, we're back here live on the floor at KubeCon. You know, I love it when it quiets down a little bit because this is a noisy, raucous crowd.
Yeah, very loud.
In here, and you know, having the guys kicking soccer balls over there don't help. But luckily, you're not hearing that at home, and you're not seeing that, so you can't tell. But there's a booth across from us where they kick soccer balls on a target, but it gets filtered out with our mics, so it's all good. Anyway, hey, I want to introduce you to Brad Maltz. Who's Brad Maltz, you say? Well, all week we've had our new background here powered by Dell Technologies. Brad works, I was going to say he is Dell Technologies, but no, he just works there.
Not Michael.
He's not Michael. He's not Michael, but he's Brad. And a pleasure to have you on, though, and thank you for the sponsorship, Brad.
Oh, you're welcome, anytime.
You know, we've enjoyed working with all the Dell folks down here that we've had a chance to interact with. But Brad, why don't we tell people a little bit about what you do?
Yeah, totally. So nice to meet everyone. I am the Senior Director of the DevOps portfolio and Developer Relations Ecosystem. So I kind of have two roles at Dell for about the past year. I have the roadmaps in the portfolio around our infrastructure as code, our Kubernetes containers type of roadmaps. As well, I'm building out a developer relations team to help Dell kind of drive more community-oriented outreach. Open source, social media platforms, these types of interviews, all that stuff is tied into my role.
Well, this is a great place to be doing it.
It's my home base.
Yep.
So.
Good for you. So, you know, over my career, I've had several opportunities to interact with Dell. And one of the things I learned about Dell is very often they're almost exclusively, they're never the first person in to a market.
Yep.
They don't go into a market until that market has reached a critical mass where it can move the needle.
Yes.
So the fact that we have Dell here at KubeCon, Cloud Native Con, signifies to me that we've reached that critical mass where we can move that needle. Now you've been doing DevOps, open source sort of...
For a while.
Right. What for you was the kind of telltale, markers that said, hey, we need to be in here?
Yeah, it's a good question. So there was kind of this inflection point that happened the beginning of last year, which was leadership at Dell realized the shift from more of the traditional ops to cloud native, DevOps operating models and all that was obviously been going on for a long time, but our customers now are starting to realize the problems in a more scaled out way that started impacting what Dell needed to provide them. So they're coming to us and saying, hey, yes, your storage, your server, your data protection, your hyperconverged appliances, those are all great. They've helped us for decades. But what we're looking at right now is how can you help us shift towards the automation side of the house? How can you help us bring cloud experiences on premises? How can you help us scale out with less people?
Yep.
When we heard all those problems, that triggered an internal strategy that said, we need to go focus more on the DevOps outcomes.
Yep.
That's when my team was put together. That's when we already had so many things moving in the company, we kind of hyper-focused them. And that was the trigger point for Dell to say, you know what? We're now moving all in.
Fantastic. Now, look, I started DevOps.com in 10 years ago.
Been around forever, yeah.
Yep. And during that time, I've seen DevOps evolve.
Yep.
And one of the things we've seen in the last year and a half, let's call it, is sort of the rise of platform engineering, which is not killing DevOps in spite of what some people might say out there.
It's not.
Right, but it's part of, it's analogous, it's all part of the same movement of let's do more faster, better, more securely.
Yep.
Let's talk about what that means for Dell.
Yeah, so to your point, for me, DevOps, it really now finally means the operating model. It is not, we used to have DevOps engineers and DevOps tools. What it finally made its way into is it's IT operations done in an agile fashion to enable their end users, which are application developers, application owners, and other people. Well, if you play off of that concept, it's an operating model, that means there's cultural level changes that a business has to go through. But if the tooling ecosystems and the technologies are not mature enough then all the cultural can happen, but you're going to need so many people doing manual things, it won't matter. Enter platform engineering. So I think what's happened recently is, as people have learned Kubernetes and the Kubernetes ecosystem here has grown, and automation platforms like Ansible and Terraform and all the other things have become more mature, now you can actually start to build the platform. Now what's happening is our end users are getting to a point where they're like, do we want to DIY all of that? You can only do that if you hire enough people. So can you find the talent to DIY it, or do we want to finally build our platform internally with the guardrails, the golden path, all that stuff? That's where platform engineering is emerging now. Yeah. It's becoming the standard way of building things. And as from a Dell perspective, we love it, because for us, that means you got to standardize compute and servers and Kubernetes distributions and operating systems and virtualization layers. And you literally have to standardize everything up to the pipeline.
Yeah. So that is the new compute stack, is what you're
It's the cloud stack, which is brought on-prem.
Yep, and that's where we are today. What I find interesting, right? When DevOps first started, a very common complaint I heard was it's all about the developers, right? It's a developer-led model. It's DevOps, emphasis on the dev, and it's so funny, right? It's turned like that. The same thing here at KubeCon.
Yeah.
If you went to KubeCon 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, it was all about the developers and how we multi-thread applications, using containers and Kubernetes, and it was about app dev. Is what it was. But when we're here at this KubeCon,
it's not the same thing.
It's not. It is about. It's about the SREs. It's about the platform engineers from a role perspective, but from a technology perspective, observability.
It's the ops side of the house.
It's ops.
Because
really ops dominates.
Application developers will work within whatever medium they're allowed to work within.
Yeah.
They go to AWS, they go to Azure, they go to Google, they'll work with the native tools. They'll be polyglots and work across languages.
Yes.
The people that have to make sure that stuff stays up and running and is secure and compliant and protected and resilient and all that good stuff, the ops people, they were never able to keep up with the developers. And finally, the businesses have said, we need to make sure that we're delivering that same level of experience the clouds have done, but we have to do it at the corporate level. Enter where DevOps really kind of got its stride.
Yeah.
The developer side of DevOps is not application developers. The developer side is actually more of the tooling level, the infrastructure automation folks. The platform engineers actually are developers in their own right.
Yeah.
That becomes a major part of the dev side of DevOps.
You know what? It's the same thing. We do in addition to our Techstrong TV interviews, we do longer form videos, one of which is it's like a series. One we call DevOps Unbound. It's sponsored by Tricentis, right? Now they're into continuous testing. They're big into testing, obviously. It's the same gig. It's the same deal in testing, right? These tests today, to be a good test engineer, and they're engineers.
Oh, 100%.
They got to be able to write their own scripts, their own tests, functions. They got to be developers. Yeah. And I got this even better yet, security people today.
Oh yeah.
They have to have some chops, because so much of what's happening in security is taking place pre-deployment.
Yes.
Right? If they're not able to, they don't have to know Rust perhaps, or some of the latest languages, but if they can't do basic Python scripting and stuff like this, it's a tough road.
Well, I think I learned a lot from the Pivotal Labs mentality.
Yeah.
I came from the EMC VMware world.
Okay.
So for the past 4 years, I've been running dojos at Dell, running advanced development, which they practice lean agile, extreme programming, test-driven development, all the buzzwords, right?
Yep.
And I mean, it's a very serious, extreme way of living, which almost nobody can ever achieve that level of extremes, but it teaches you a lot of best practices that now finally we're able to bring those into the DevOps world. Are you going to go do paired programming? No. Most people are not going to do paired programming.
No.
Are you going to do extreme programming? Probably not, because it's very close to that. But you know what? Test-driven development, very real. And if you want to get into what I'll call real agile, right? There was a joke that I think Sam Ramji had created, the water scrum fall conversation back in the day.
Right.
That's still a reality. So many people use the word agile, but they don't, even in their automation, they're still waterfall based.
Yeah, it's fast waterfall.
And you have
No
to
doubt.
get the operations people not to think in a waterfall mentality. So when they're building their automations, are they putting the tests up front of the Ansible and the Terraform automation they're building? It's embedded in everything we do as an ops group, but you got to train the ops people on how to be devs. Even the test automation, qualification, validation, all those things, all part of a dev mentality.
Let me pivot our conversation a little bit now. So you're Dell Technologies.
Yes.
And Dell Technologies is more than servers or hardware, switches, etc. It's services and software and
everything,
all of these things. How do you help? Where does the rubber meet the road in you helping ops people here, platform engineers, whoever it is? How do you interact with them to make their life better?
Yeah, so I'll give 3 examples.
Okay.
One example at KubeCon here, we've actually just relaunched developer.dell.com. What we realized is when we first brought developer.dell.com out, 2 things happened. It was a little bit of a marketing kind of place to go to meet one of the DevOps stuff. And as we got feedback, just like any good agile shop, you got to keep tweaking and modifying.
Iterate, and reiterate.
And we said, you know what? They're asked for more and different. So in the relaunch, what we brought out to the industry now is hands-on labs, fully community-oriented hands-on labs using the Instruct platform, a great startup here. And basically anybody can go to developer.dell.com and they can go just click without even logging in and start learning Kubernetes and Ansible and Terraform and how to use REST APIs and all that goodness. What you're going to learn is, we said education is the foundation of making DevOps real for almost every organization. So we said hands-on labs. Then how do you get all the how-to videos and all the YouTube and podcast stuff and the training stuff? How do you get the APIs from our portfolio presented out? So we basically made sure that it becomes an education and collaboration platform going forward. So that's number 1. Number 2, when a shop comes in and says, okay, we're already in the Kubernetes space, we now need help to basically make it easy. How do you make this easy? That's our job, working with all of our partnerships, so the Red Hats and the Microsofts and the VMwares and the SUSEs and everybody else out there. We want to make sure that people can consume full stack cloud platforms going forward with our server and storage and data protection and all the goodness there. And then if you're a DIY shop, we have all the DIY components. You got to bring persistent storage management and data protection into your Kubernetes cluster environment. We have software to actually help you do that. You name it, we can help you to wherever you are in that world. And the last piece, services. Humongous services organization that's out there enabling people, managed services, consulting services, teaching you things, fully automating things, or even taking over management of it. Dell can help you all the way up and down the stack, not just with the hardware and storage.
Love it. I want you to repeat that URL into the camera.
Definitely.
So I want people to, to me, that's the on-ramp.
It is. It's developer.dell.com. Go there, you'll learn a lot, you'll stay up to date on things on a continuous basis. It's going to be the place that you're going to get data.
I love it, man. Fantastic. Brad, I want to thank you, first of all, for the sponsorship here at KubeCon. But more importantly, I mean, and I mean that sincerely, thank you. But more importantly, I think it's important that Dell is in the game.
That's why I have my job. That's why I'm here. You're going to see a lot more of us from Dell Tech World in May through the next KubeCon in Chicago. We're going to be very much part of the community.
All right, man. We look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, that's developerdell.com. If that's the only thing you got out of this whole interview, go there. Thanks. Hey, we're going to take a break. We'll be back next here at KubeCon live in Amsterdam. Stay tuned.
All right, welcome back to KubeCon plus Cloud Native Con Europe, and we're talking with Satya Sankaran from Cloud Casa by Catalogic about data protection and data management and all kinds of stuff related to Kubernetes. Satya, welcome to the show.
Thank you, always a pleasure to talk to you.
At the show, you guys announced that you're going to support Valero, an open source project for data protection that you can now manage from a SaaS-based platform. So this kind of sounds like we're trying to have the best of both worlds. Walk us through the thinking and why did you guys do this?
Yeah, look, we've been doing Kubernetes data protection for a couple of years at this point. But we were a commercial solution. We were a closed source solution. This is a world where the tables have turned. I think back in the day, Microsoft was the dominant player and they would shut out their products from working with Linux and Mac and so on, right? And Apple built an ecosystem exactly the same way, but this is the open source ecosystem. So I think the onus is on the commercial vendors to create solutions that are open source compatible. I was just talking to ESG analysts and they said 64% of the organizations basically want to go with open source first approach. So they want to work with open source options first, and only if something doesn't work, they want to actually look at commercial solutions. So that's really what we've kind of learned over the last couple of our attendance here at these shows, which is that you really have to embrace open source and make open source better by offering solutions that work on top of open source and fill those gaps, right? So what we are really trying to do here is make Valero better, run Valero at enterprise scale. Valero is already used by over 1 million Kubernetes clusters in the world. A lot of people claim to be number one backup solution for Kubernetes, but Valero is the number one data protection solution that the customers use. It just happens to be open source. We make Valero work better for our users.
And the issue is just making it work at scale, because if I've got an instance of Valero for every Kubernetes cluster running around, I don't have a way to kind of centrally manage all that. So is that kind of the value add that you guys are coming up with?
Exactly. Valero is a single cluster solution. So you are defining everything at a cluster level, and no cluster knows what the other cluster is doing, right? There's no lack of there's no coordination happening between the clusters. So what we deliver is essentially a centralized management plane for all of these clusters. You can get centralized configuration management. You can get centralized monitoring, you get real-time centralized monitoring, you get alerting, you get compliance reporting, you get all of these pieces on top of essentially Valero. Nobody uses VADP as the backup solution. That's just an interface. Valero themselves have come out and said they want to be the standard, they want to be the engine, they want to be the interface that the others use and deliver a complete product on. So in the world of Formula One, it's like they're the engine manufacturers. People build good cars on top of it. If you're Red Bull, you're building a championship winning car on top of a Honda engine, right? That's exactly what I think we're trying to do. Valero as a solid engine, most powerful and most popular engine at this point. What we're really trying to do is take that and deliver a complete car with all the bells and whistles that the users expect, the enterprise users expect. Nobody runs NT backup as an enterprise solution. Everybody runs solutions that run on top of the same interfaces. That's really what we're accomplishing for our enterprise users.
Even today at this show, people are still debating stateful versus stateless apps. Are we seeing more stateful apps on Kubernetes clusters that need to be backed up? What's going on?
Yeah, in fact, a lot less of those conversations recently, in the sense that I think there is a recognition that Kubernetes is becoming the leading compute platform. But in steady state, everybody wants to co-locate compute and storage together, right? So Kubernetes' leadership in terms of compute platform is no longer being questioned. Now it's really that the data is going to follow where the compute's happening and try to be as close as there to where the compute platforms is. So we're seeing more and more applications today. If you go around and see, a lot of applications that are Kubernetes native are also creating persistent data sets within that cluster. So you are definitely seeing that shift. In fact, I think CNCF surveys are predicting that the majority crossover has already happened, where majority of clusters and customers are already using persistent data sets. With persistence comes state management. With state management comes state protection. That's really what we do eventually, right? So this time around, we actually see that there is a lot less of hey, I don't use Kubernetes for any state. I'm like disposable compute platform is how people think about it. But I think that I think has gone considerably lower these days. And again, in our case, especially with the Velero integration, there's already a million clusters being protected. Those have already defined the market for us, right? That implies that I run something I care about, that I care enough about it that I've actually deployed the open source solution and backup. So there is a million clusters out there that we can serve. But I think that's a growing business. I think with Kubernetes itself is growing at 30-35% CAGR. But stateful workloads currently are even outgrowing Kubernetes growth itself because again, more and more of the existing Kubernetes clusters are becoming stateful workloads as well.
Sounds ridiculously old school. We're bringing the compute to the data, huh?
World goes around in a circle, right?
What is your best practices for doing data protection? Because so often we hear, we thought we had it covered, and when we went to get the files, they were corrupted or they were encrypted by the ransomware. We didn't test, we didn't know, and we're screwed. So, what is our collective problem in mastering what would appear to be a very simple process?
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, we are in the business of providing insurance. And when in insurance, what do you think about the most? One is coverage. Do I get covered under all eventualities? Two, claims. Can I bring this data sets quickly? Can I access my insurance quickly? So if something bad were to happen, can I get back to my feet quickly, right? So those principles are the same with respect to data protection. One, can I cover all use cases? And again, this is where Velero is fantastic. The open source community that is used by 99% of those that actually do backups implies that we have the largest coverage matrix. So we support CSI, we support non-CSI, we support cloud providers. You are already operating on an accepted open source standard with the widest coverage matrix already available. So coverage-wise, we got you. In terms of claims, which is when you want to make sure that you can access your coverage quickly, we actually supercharge Velero in what it does. You can continue to do backups with Velero, but restore-wise, we can take a Velero recovery point and quickly spin up a cluster for you in any of the big three cloud providers, right? So we can do namespace to namespace restore, but that implies that you're restoring to something that is already functional and available and set up for you, right? But a lot of people want to do composable recoveries. I'm doing test and dev. I don't want to have a cluster sitting around waiting for a recovery because that costs me money in the cloud especially, right? Having every resource sitting there doing nothing is money, and you don't want to waste money. So what we do is take a Velero recovery point and essentially spin up a brand new cluster for you in the cloud with all of the options. You can choose size, you can choose scale, you can choose what kind of dynamic node pools you want to have, you can choose cluster add-ons, you can select all of these things. We can spin up a new cluster and we can restore your application there. So what we're really giving you is app mobility, app portability, and app resilience. When something goes wrong, you can get it as a functioning cluster pretty damn quickly. So again, in the world of insurance, coverage, claims, two things you think about, same things you think about with respect to data protection.
When I talk to people also, they're using data protection tools to migrate data. And there used to be something that they would have done with an ETL tool, but that was a little cumbersome, but they've also seemed to discover that, hey, I can just use my backup and recovery tool as a data migration tool. So are you seeing that?
Yeah, in fact, look, backup used to be that data that goes to die, right? 99% of the data that is backed up never gets accessed. It just goes there, sits there for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, whatever your retention is. Just sits there. You never really run restores. They just naturally expire out of it. So it's a huge it's a copy that you perform, it's an operations you perform that you don't actually mobilize to do any real productive work. I think that's what being able to quickly use that for anything allows you to now suddenly say, hey, can I reuse that same backup to re-platform? I'll give you a very simple example, and this is something that came up out of demos that we were doing. There are customers walking in and say, oh shit, you could do this. What we allow you to do is, we take an application, a cluster that you're protecting today. You could be running 1.2.1 to 1.23 Kubernetes version. Well, now I can spin up a cluster on my own. Nothing stops me from spinning up a 1.24 or 1.25 version of Kubernetes. So what you're effectively getting is take a cluster, an application that was running in an old version of Kubernetes. Now when I restore with a new version of Kubernetes. Now you essentially have a migration test platform. You're doing a blue-green upgrade, I can actually test your upgrades, right? When you're doing replatforming, when you're on-prem, I can restore into AKS, EKS, or GKE. So you get replatforming as a service. You can check blue-green upgrades as a service. You can get all of these use cases out of backup copies that you otherwise would have just let it die, right? And now you can actually say, hey, these backups are not just my insurance policy, it is now your healthcare policy, right? You're gonna make sure that you get the most out of those copies and operations you're performing.
How automated can all this get? Because it used to be the lowest person on the IT totem pole was in charge of backup and recovery, but if more and more of this is getting automated, what is the role of the administrator?
Yeah, you've seen all these memes that says automation first or everything automated, right? That actually is the single biggest opportunities for companies like us, right? If you are currently data protection vendor, there's 13 or 14 data protection vendors already out there. And there are big incumbents, multi-billion-dollar incumbents, right? What is changing is people that are doing backups are changing. And they're not anchored to the choices that other people made 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. In some cases, data protection solutions were picked 20 years ago, they're still using it, right? So when the audience changes and the requirement is automation first, right? They aren't thinking UI first, they're thinking automation first. UI is what they want when they want to do restores because they don't want to be reading manuals at that point, right? So it's automation first, UI next. That's actually an opportunity for us to no longer have to be, this need not be an incumbent advantage to say I used to provide backup for this guy for the VM workloads and bare metal workloads. The Kubernetes guys that are doing backups are very, very different. Their requirements are very different. That allows new players like us to actually come in and have a seat at the table. And we have a seat at the table by not only catering to those needs, but also recognizing that there is a lot of trust factor with open source solutions. And Velero is really the only open source solution in the market, and actually the only ever successful open source solution in the market for data protection. There has never been an open source data protection product that has been this successful.
So what do you see people doing that, you would advise them that maybe you want to rethink this a little bit? What's that kind of mistake that you see people making a lot? And what's the idiot tax in data protection that they should avoid?
Yeah, we were joking to a bunch of people. First thing is to not have YOLO backup as your first backup. Lots of people here that have never seen failure before, they say, I've not had a Kubernetes cluster failure, so they don't do backup. So as you know, all the young kids say YOLO is you only live once, so take the risk and run with it. This is great when you want to do scuba diving or skydiving, but that's not really great when you're actually got your entire organization's most precious asset under your control, right? Data is your most precious asset under control, you don't take chances with it. So I think the most idiot-proof thing to do is to actually make sure whether you have a strategy to bring back your data if something happens first, right? That I think is the most responsible thing you could do, and that's the first thing you should do. I told you that Velero is used by 1 million clusters. The next best alternative has got a few thousand clusters that are protected. In our estimate, I think Container Journal published this, is in our estimate there is between 3 and 4 million Kubernetes clusters that are out there. But only 1 million is being protected. So what's happening with the rest? That's the bucket you don't want to be in. So if you don't want to be idiot-proof, just make sure that you actually have a solution that can bring back if there is any logical corruption or if there is any physical corruption. If you lose a cluster, you lose a cloud provider access, what do you do? And I think just have to think through that, and that alone will leave you in good stead when you actually need that process to be done.
All right, folks, you heard it here. Data protection, it's not the one that your parents used to do. It's a whole new ball game and a new way of thinking about it. Satya, thanks for being on the show.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, Mike.
And we'll be back in a minute. Hello and welcome back to KubeCon plus Cloud Native Con Europe, and we're here with Christoph Pfister, who's from Kentic, and we're talking about network observability, and you may very well ask, what is that? So let's ask the man here.
Oh, that's an easy opener, isn't it? So thank you for having me, first of all. And so we're an observability company, but we do things a little bit differently because we go deeper on the network than most anybody, at least I know, looking around the show. And so we take in all kinds of network telemetry, flow, VPC flow, SNMP of course, streaming telemetry, and we stitch all of this BGP, and we stitch all of this together to give our customers a very deep view inside their networks. And when I say networks, it's really hybrid networks. So it includes the cloud stuff, Kubernetes, which we're probably going to talk about in a little bit, as well as their on-prem environments.
So how do I collect that telemetry? Do I drop an agent everywhere, or is there some way to streamline this, or how do we get started?
It's very simple, actually. So obviously flow, net flow is a very pervasive thing, and you just tell your router to send net flow, and they send it to us, and we ingest it, and then make the magic happen. On the cloud side, it's VPC flow, a little bit the same principle. One of the things that we do very differently is that we enrich all this flow. So we add additional metadata around geolocation, around things like VPC names, container names, things like that. And so you get a much more complete picture of your environment than if you just would take the traditional flow. If that makes sense.
So we're here at a cloud native show. Is networking in the Kubernetes context different than traditional networking? Are there I can observe, or is it very similar?
Well, it's very different in that, of course, Kubernetes is a very ephemeral environment, right? And so you can't just look at your nodes as an example and think that you'll get something out of that. By the way, it's a very highly network intensive type environment. I've heard a few talks here at the show that people talk about IP exhaustion as an example. And so, what we do in the Kubernetes environment is we have an agent based on eBPF, which is the latest and greatest. And so we basically have that agent deployed as a daemon set, which then extracts flow from the Kubernetes environment, enriches that data, same thing with container names and stuff like that. And so it enables some very unique use cases that, again, I haven't seen here at the show, and maybe you can let me know if you have. But so, for example, what our customers are interested in is, of course, policy type information, compliance type information, but also the telemetry. So on the policy side, as one example, we allow our customers to basically figure out who their pods or their containers are actually talking to, not just within, let's say, an AWS environment, EKS, whatnot, but also out to the internet. And so, one of the questions we ask our customers to draw them into the booth is like, would you like to know whether your pods talk to an embargoed country? Things that people go, oh really, you can do that. And the uniqueness of Kentic is that because we have all this telemetry, including BGP information from the internet, we allow customers to really not just look into their clusters and into Kubernetes, but what's going on among clusters and beyond, into the wild, basically.
Observability implies some ability to query that data, so how do I kind of get at it or ask some questions or interrogate it? Because, and frankly, what should I be asking that now? Because when I talk to a lot of people about any observability solution, they're like, this stuff is great, but I have no idea what to do with it.
Okay, so we talk about two things. One is guided exploration, and the other one is open exploration. So guided exploration is we help our customers with dashboards, with maps, with kind of the traditional set of visualizations, if you want to call it that way, time series, stuff, alerts, and so on. But then we also offer what we call open exploration. This is a concept that we have that is pretty unique. It's called the Data Explorer. And it basically allows customers to query the data in real time and basically ask any question, which is there any egress in Frankfurt that I don't want? Or how much is the cost of my AWS egress? And so we allow a pretty free-form and open-ended capability to basically ask these questions. Now, what's behind this ability is this very scalable backend that we have. So we're a SaaS solution. We have our own database, which we run, and it's a massively scalable backend, basically. So to give you one data point, we last year ingested about 270 trillion records, flow records, over the years. So that's about 6 million plus flows per second. And so, one of the unique pieces of Kentic is that because we have this massively scalable backend, we can take in very high cardinality data, like NetFlow. And so, if you look around and look at some of the other observability solutions, they are, maxing out pretty quickly if you look at the networking stuff. And so that's why we think some of the other companies are not going as deep into the network as we can. So massively scalable SaaS is part of the secret sauce.
They say the network is the ultimate source of the truth, so how far up the stack can you see from where you are and into applications, and what kind of behavior is going on up at that level?
Yeah, so we do, so let me maybe take a step back. So part of the reason we're successful is that, if you look at the traditional APM observability players, if it's not the app, if the traces and the metrics show it's not the app, what do? Well, they go to their networking team and say, must be the network. It's always the case. It's like 100 memes around that stuff, but, and so then, what do you do? Well, you look at, some of the data and the analytics we provide, and we tie that and mesh that together with application context. So for example, based on the traffic we see in an environment, we can say, well, you're doing 50 gigs of Netflix in addition to all your business traffic. And so we can tie OTT application data back to the flows because it's enriched. We can look at custom applications based on port numbers and protocols. And so we allow our networking teams to have the application context in addition to just looking at, well, routers and switches and CPU and that kind of stuff, because you're right, application context is super important for figuring out what's really going on, number one, but number two, what are the applications that are actually impacted by a network outage or a slowdown or latency or whatnot.
So ultimately, do you think network operations will be folded into more of the DevOps kind of workflows, or is it still going to be the land of a specialist?
Our customers are still pretty siloed, especially on the enterprise side. And so we have NetOps teams, we have DevOps teams, and they talk with each other, but really they're using different tooling. And I think part of the reason is that the DevOps tools today, they can't go as deep into network and infrastructure as the network tooling like Kentic can do. And so it's important to give both teams the right context. And so the context from our end is that we allow them to look at kind of the applications that might be impacted by a networking issue. And so that's how they build the bridges. Now, one of our customers actually said it best the other day when I visited with them, which said, so we're multi-cloud type capability. What does that mean? Well, we look deeply into AWS and Azure and GCP and so on. And there's not like workloads that kind of span these clouds, but there's always like a business unit that says, well, I want to go with AWS, and then another business unit or an acquisition is, I want to go with Azure. And so they have these different clouds that are running in a company, but the networking team really has to take care of all of them. And so the quote from the customer is, we have to keep up with them developers. And this is a networking guy saying that, which we allow them to look into and Azure and AWS and GCP and some other clouds to help them figure out what's going on.
All right, folks, there's an old joke about what's the one thing a server admin and a developer can agree on. The answer is it's the network guy's fault. Turns out, though, it's not always the case. Hey, Christoph, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be back in a minute.
Hey everyone, welcome back to our KubeCon Day 2 coverage here in Amsterdam. I'm joined today by Sean O'Mara. Got it? O'Mara. Sean is with Mirantis, and we're going to be talking about a whole bunch of things, but before we get to that, Sean O'Mara, give us a little bit of your story.
Sure. I'm the global field CTO with Mirantis. Been with the company for nigh on 7 years now. Been in a number of different roles within the organization and seen the company grow from where we started as very much the OpenStack infrastructure-focused company to where we are today, where we still have that infrastructure side, very focused on the Kubernetes space now, of course, why we're here. But we've grown up from that infrastructure company and we're starting to offer more and more services and applications in the application space.
Absolutely.
Our goal is to make developers' lives easier, ultimately.
Absolutely. And you know, it's funny, I mean, we're talking about being here, and it's a little quiet now, which is good. I guess sessions must be out, because it gets loud here.
Yeah.
If anything, this year's KubeCon has taught me that cloud native has matured, where it's not just the developers anymore. Developers are still a huge part of it, but we spend less of our time, especially my time here, talking to people, and I have a good seat here, talking to people. Like in past KubeCons, we'd be talking about multi-threaded application development, right? Microservices, and the whole container thing. That has now become woodwork, if you will, baseline.
So.
And we talk about higher things, right? And I think it's a maturation and evolving kind of community. But it really cements that cloud native is the stack.
It is. Ultimately, it's the stack. It's the plumbing that we run our applications on.
Yep.
You know, none of us, yes, a lot of the audience at a KubeCon and at these events that this community wraps itself around, a lot of this audience are building the plumbing, are building the tools. Ultimately, the business value for the customers that we're servicing is the code that they're running on top of our tools. And how quickly they can get that code into a production environment, how they deal with the governance around that, how they handle the risk around that. We're providing them tools to do that, but ultimately the value for business is that code that they run. And that's really where we want to spend a lot more of our focus and time is making that a simpler journey for your developer. DevOps is an important portion of this, but ultimately DevOps is a function within a larger development community. And if we look at businesses where the majority of developers reside, which is the big enterprises, your financial services companies, even your ISVs, your software companies, DevOps is still a small portion of the audience. The guys who are actually interacting with our products at the lower level are your DevOps engineers.
Yeah.
But the guys who are writing that function code, that day-to-day development, I would argue that they don't really care about Kubernetes or microservices or the latest service mesh capability. It's important for value, but do they really care?
Right.
So for us, we've transitioned the company. We do infrastructure well. There are a few other people who do infrastructure well. We have our own unique take on it. We like to do and provide a more bespoke experience for our customers. We're able to pivot fast. We're just that right size of engineering organization. But now we're saying that developer, that enterprise developer who doesn't really want to care about infrastructure, doesn't want to care about writing 1,000 lines of YAML to get his complex web app out there, he wants a different experience. He or she wants a different experience. So how do we give them that experience? How do we make it simple? Simple in inverted commas here, because it's never actually that simple. But how do we make it simple for them to bring along their function code on a day-to-day basis, provide proven, standardized, tested application architectures? And let's use a great example. Your typical web app, it's going to be 3-tier. It's your typical web app. It's going to have some kind of front end, some kind of middleware, and some kind of database. We want to pull those together as simply as possible. They're the same across every web app out there. There's nuances, but they're the same. So developers can come along, they inject their code. That's stage one. Great, I've got code in production. one argues that's just the first stage because you've tested that once. You have
it's
some
the end
leeway.
of the beginning, not the beginning of the end.
Yeah. That first time you put it into production, you probably have some leeway. It's day 2. It's when I'm building that next function or feature, when I'm building that next capability or that need that really is going to make a difference to my business. Now, I can't just go and change production. So how do I take that exact same pipeline that I built to put code in production that I don't really care about, somebody else has got to worry about that, and make a exact copy of that, but with just my changes. And so that's where we're starting to focus. We're focusing on, with the Amazy acquisition and Lagoon, we're really building that environment for developers where they can come in, drop just their code, they can easily test and validate. It's all handled for them, yet if they want to get under the hood and tweak things, we still offer them that capability. And that's the stage 1 that we're focusing on today.
Love it.
Further to that, we've gone, well, that's the new code problem.
Right. Greenfields.
Greenfields. It's always easy to deal with the greenfield.
If only the whole world were a greenfield.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't need us that much, would you?
Right.
There's a lot of work that's already in production. Developers have been building Kubernetes apps for 3 years now. Yes, we're only reaching the true productionization of Kubernetes now at any real sort of scale, but there's a lot of legacy Kubernetes applications. Terrible word to use, I know, but legacy. So we're saying, okay, the next generation of that is, how do I take all this legacy, analyze it, but not change it? Evolve it without changing the way the people who look after it today have to work. But I want to apply policy to that. And so that's been the next generational leap we're taking with the next round of products. So we bought Shipper.
Mm-hmm.
Shipper's come on board. We're busy doing a lot of work around Shipper, relaunching as part of our bigger ecosystem. Really helping companies with existing load apply policy, but also understand what's happening within that. Simple things. Am I having containers restarting tens of thousands of times? What caused that? What was the change that happened that caused that restart to happen 10,000 times? Can I get the history of that in a way that's accessible to developers? So that's what Shipper's focusing on.
Right.
And then within that development lifecycle, of course, going, all right, cool, so I've done that. Now how do I apply consistent policy over all the next generation of code that I'm developing? So for us, all of that is being wrapped into Lens, our Lens banner. Lens becoming that gateway for developers. Lens is very DevOps focused today. Ideally, it's very much about how do I interact with Kubernetes in a consistent way without having to spend my life learning kubectl commands or trying to manage 10,000 command lines. I come along and I have it all visualized for me. And again, I come back to that core message which I was referring to, which is how do I make life simpler? How do I make it easier? The ultimate goal here is business and the people who are creating code for my business, if they're spending their valuable time dealing with infrastructure versus writing code, where's the value point? If they're writing business, they're adding value. Simple perspective.
So I want my developers to write code, not be plumbers.
Precisely.
And that's a simple, no charge. You'd use that as your marketing.
Yeah, can we get the video of this afterwards?
We can put the video, we'll put it right out there. But it is true, right? And that was something, quite frankly, that I always thought was a little backwards about DevOps, is that we are going to give developers more things to do other than writing code because they're the highest paid people on the team, and we just need to give them more.
Yep.
Right? Where if I'm going to give them more, I want them to write more code. I want them to write secure code. I want them to write quality code. I want them to write code that fulfills the mission.
Fulfills the mission and the business need, yeah.
But I don't really need them to be platform engineers or SREs or testers or any of the other merit things.
Specializations for a reason. I grew up in South Africa in an era where we had to be jacks of all trades because we just didn't have the scope.
Yeah.
And we always used to comment about the rest of the world seem to have specialists for everything. And then I dealt with the rest of the world, and I see that today, we see now we're defocusing by and large. Just as an industry, we're defocusing. We're trying to get people to do too much.
Yeah.
And what's happening is we're actually slowing ourselves down and we're reducing our quality. If we can take and this is almost a manifesto in its own way, but if we can allow people to focus on doing one or two things exceptionally well and let other people focus on what they do exceptionally well, the combination of those two is where we're going to end up with building value for our businesses and building this new digital age for all businesses. So
I like that a lot. We're going to wrap up in here in just a minute, but for the wrap up, if it's okay, Sean, I'd like you to look into that camera. Tell the folks what's the best way to engage with Mirantis. Where do they go? What's the on-ramp look like? Right? How do we? Where does the rubber meet the road for them?
Yeah, okay. So the best way to deal with Mirantis is reach out to us through our website. One of our salespeople will get in contact with you. We will sit down and have a deep conversation to understand your problems. We're not interested in coming to you and pressing a new set of products on top of you. We want to understand what your challenges are within your business today and have a deeper conversation. We want to learn. That's our goal. We want to learn from you. So www.mirantis.com. There's a click button there. There's a bit of AI there that'll pop up and you can have a conversation and we'll get up a meeting set up with you as soon as possible.
Everybody has AI today.
Everybody has AI today. That's a whole conversation for another day.
That's a next interview.
Also a big focus for us.
I'm sure. Sean, thank you. Sean O'Mara here on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. We're going to be wrapping up day 2. I mean, maybe just another interview or two, I think. And we'll be back again tomorrow. Stay tuned. We're live in Amsterdam.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, we're back here. We're live in Amsterdam at KubeCon, wrapping up our day 2 coverage. I can't think of a better person to wrap things up with. My friend Jim Douglas, CEO, Armory.
Absolutely, Alan. Good to see you
How
again.
are you?
Good. You're so kind. I'm the only thing in between you and the end of the day.
You know what? Remember, I could do this. I loved it. Could you imagine? I make a living doing this.
I know, it's great.
This hard. There's people who work hard.
I know.
For their life. Yeah, me, I sit here, I talk to people like you all day.
All day that work hard. What a job.
What a job. There's Mike Vizard there. Anyway, Jim, let's start off. I said you were CEO of Armory, but you've got quite a resume. I don't want to embarrass you, but share with the audience a little bit about you.
I appreciate it. Software's been my whole career, so been in the software business, pretty all facets of it. I started my career more in the technical aspects of software, building software to design semiconductors. I've done developer tools, I've done embedded software, now really focused on cloud software and specifically helping people really achieve scale with cloud native software deployments.
Love it. Now, Armory's a company that I've been aware of for many years now. Not everyone out here is going to know Armory. If you don't mind, let's just lay a little baseline down.
Yeah, I'll give you the 30-second clip. Relatively new company, but our whole focus is in helping people scale cloud native with really high velocity, but persistent stability and reliability. So how do you implement best in breed practices to really get to where you want to get in terms of, as I said, where you can be on command, ready to deploy, you can deploy with high frequency, but do that with really small downtime and really fast remediation times. That's what everybody strives for.
Yep. And look, I'll just, way of background, I first became aware of Armory as kind of the Spinnaker company.
Yep.
Right? Armory was, and for those who don't know again out here, right? Spinnaker is probably one of the most scalable CI/CD, more CD than CI, but CI/CD platforms in existence. It was pioneered by Netflix and Google.
Absolutely.
And it was donated to the CDF, the Continuous Delivery Foundation. But Armory was the first company that really wanted to make Spinnaker commercial.
Right.
Because, truth be told, it was a bit of a bear.
Yep.
Unless you're a Netflix or a Google, we all can't be Netflix and Google. It was hard.
Yeah. Well, that was the start of our journey. And the thing that's beautiful about Spinnaker, as you know, very powerful, very flexible platform, and that can be daunting. But what's great about it is a couple things. One is it allows platform engineering teams to build bespoke approaches to how they want to create pipelines, the deployment scenarios they want to build, and then deliver that to their developer teams internally so they can codify best practices and then supply that to their developers. So it essentially provides you automated tasks that you can build into a recipe to have best-in-class deployment capabilities. So that's how we started.
Yep.
As you said, we made that experience easier. We put a commercial kind of SLA on top of open source. We built a bunch of proprietary capabilities on top of it for security, for compliance, for using pipelines as code, making Terraform easier, making scale around Kubernetes easier, and that's been our bread and butter. You're kind of leading into what's next, and one of the things we're highlighting here. There's still a lot of companies out there that want to do that. They want to be hands-on. They really want to create that approach. Then there's companies that just want the results. They just want those best practices codified and delivered in automation. So we have a new product that we introduced a couple months ago, which is SaaS. It's not Spinnaker based, but we took all of the best practices that we learned working with the most elite teams on the planet that have really leveraged that power of Spinnaker, codified that, and deliver that in an automated SaaS product where developers can just pick it up and it's going to help them, as I said, reach the kind of velocity they strive for, but persistent stability and reliability that they really need to achieve.
I think it was the field CTO from Mirantis, right before we spoke with you, right, Sean O'Mara. And we talked about this concept of letting developers code, not be plumbers.
Right.
And you said it right in the beginning. Look, there are some organizations that relish being plumbers. They want to plumb those pipelines. They want to, map out that infrastructure. But having your developers do that, you're paying them a lot of money to write code.
It's not productive.
Yeah, I mean, well,
Absolutely.
I don't think it's the best bang for the buck.
It's not. And you see, even companies that do want to be those plumbers, that's the DevOps teams and the platform engineering team.
Right, and that's what we've seen coming.
But they have different kind of use cases. Sometimes they don't want their developers to even think. They just want to provide them a solution where they can push a button and everything automatically deploys for them. Sometimes they'll give them recipes that they can modify. Some companies, as you said, developers still want to be hands-on.
Right.
But all markets evolve more towards automation. So early adopters tend to want to be more hands-on. As markets develop, people are just more focused on outcomes. And they want higher levels of abstraction. So that's what you're seeing from developers. You're seeing how they code, move up in abstraction, and deployment, they don't want to be able to spell it. They just want to make sure they can deploy their code, and it's going to land where it's supposed to, and it's going to run properly. And if it doesn't, it's going to roll back automatically. They're going to have visibility into where errors were so they can correct quick and adjust.
So is that the future?
That's the now. That's what we're focused on now.
Okay.
I think the future is you just keep adding, as I said, abstraction on top of that. You know, a lot of things, people are all charged up about things like ChatGPT, right? Oh, is that going to be the next thing? It's a ways off, but you'll see that in development too, where basic things can be done through automation for you, and then your knowledge of architecture and how to optimize is where your value is going to add. And that's what's happened in all forms of software forever. We just keep moving up the abstraction layers, let automation do more for you. And as I said, we're doing that on the deployment piece, and we're going to continue to push that envelope.
You know, someone much smarter than me, my friend Brad Feld.
It's not very many people
No,
smarter.
he's much
Come
smarter than
on.
me, believe me. Anyway,
Handsome,
Brad.
smart guy like you.
Yeah, huh? Thanks. So Brad Feld once told me, though, very, very little that happens in our technology world here is revolutionary. It's evolutionary.
Yeah.
And to me, what you're describing is exactly that.
Yep.
It's not revolutionary. You spent 5 years, 6 years garnering these best practices from large scale Spinnaker.
Yep.
Right? You make this into a SaaS platform. Now we're talking about maybe applying some sort of generative AI or whatever. It won't happen today. It may happen in a year.
Well, in the future, though.
It will. But again, it's just gonna, you know that T-shirt where apes turn into men kind of?
Yes.
It's that kind of progression.
Yeah.
It doesn't, the days are long, the years are short when it comes to developing technology.
Right. The perfect example is, like I said, what we're doing with our SaaS products. You talked about some companies want to be plumbers, and what you see is they can build bespoke scenarios of how they want to deploy and the strategies. But at the end of the day, we step back and you look at elite teams, like 90% of the time, they all have the same practices.
Yeah.
And so we took that knowledge and just codified that knowledge. Now, how they implemented the way they drove those best practices may be different, but the best practices are the best practices. And that's what drives the evolution. And what happens is you move up, somebody builds an abstraction above. It generally isn't that good to start until you optimize it. So at first everybody goes, I can do it better. But at the end of the day, it catches up and it can perform tasks better.
It's iterate, and reiterate.
Right?
Absolutely. One of the lessons I learned, I co-founded DevOps Institute, 2015, very early on. There were no best practices for DevOps. There were evolving practices. And I think that's another lesson that people got to learn, is best practices don't just snap up. It takes time to say, hey, this works, that doesn't work, this works a little better, that doesn't. And over a period of time, these best practices emerge. They're emerging practices.
Yeah.
And I think the good news is we're kind of getting there now.
Yeah.
Right? Now we can put our finger on stuff and say, that's the best way to do this.
Well, I think right now, like when you walk around here and everybody you talk to, it's GitOps, right? How do you think about developing using a GitOps approach or a GitOps experience? And then with that, okay, what best practices do you add on to that? Okay, great. I want to set up an environment where I have multiple environments, and I can automatically deploy code in a systematic way to those environments, and I can roll back automatically if I've got issues. I've got ability to actually scale to multiple clusters, to multiple regions. How do you do that? What's the best way to do that? People learn over time. As I said, the basics of doing cloud native deployment, the masses of people are now learning, which are great. 5 years ago, as you said, it's brand new,
story.
right? The cloud scale people understood how to do it. They wrote all their own tooling to do it. That tooling's becoming commercial. What they had to fight through and learn are now becoming the best practices that the masses are using. So we're trying to take those and automate those and deliver them to people today.
Absolutely. Jim, if you could look into this camera right here for me. I want you to tell people how to engage with this platform.
Couple things. With our new SaaS offering, if you go to our website, you can actually download it automatically for free. 5 minutes you're set up and running. It's got a sample application. It's got a sample Kubernetes cluster. You can be deploying code in 10 minutes. From there, if you want to take one of your own applications and deploy it, great. The product itself is free for up to 1,000 deployments. It's fully featured. And then we've got a path where if you want a team to start using it, you can matriculate into a commercial version. And then we've got an enterprise version as well that'll add in the things that your DevSecOps teams will want, like RBAC and single sign-on and things like that. So that's the best path to start. Armory.io, go in there, try it for free. It'll also give you a sense of what our Spinnaker solution will provide for big platform teams that would prefer to build that out by themselves and really understand the flexibility you have to go create your custom solutions too.
I love it.
Great.
Hey man,
Alan,
it's a pleasure seeing you.
To see you.
I hope, let's not wait till Chicago to kind of talk again though, even if we do it over Zoom or something.
All right, thank you very much. I always appreciate the time, it's always fun.
Always a pleasure. Armory.io, go check it out. I think that's going to wrap our day 2 coverage. We will be back tomorrow early. Day 3, final day of
Congratulations,
KubeCon.
you made it.
Well, another KubeCon in the books. On my way to RSA conference right after it, though. But
I'll probably see you there next week.
You're there? Hey, we're doing these all week. Stop by Broadcast Alley.
That's great. Fantastic.
We're out.
Cheers. Thanks for making me look at the right camera finally. I'm staring at you.